dedicated to providing precision and the ability to not just help get work done, but get it done right. It's a new workday. This is NPR.
Local issues, national headlines, and your perspectives. Join us for Boston Public Radio with Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com. Discover delightful treasures in Denver, including a 1954 Marilyn Monroe military defense ID photo and an Andy Warhol golden shoe collage. Guess the top find on Antiques Roadshow, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
If it matters in Massachusetts, it's on In Comment.
This weekend in Northampton, a little bit off the beaten path, on the outskirts of Salem, from across Massachusetts and around New England.
With reporting from 3 newsrooms across the Commonwealth, you'll get a statewide perspective you won't find anywhere else. What's happening, why it matters, and how it connects us, from the Berkshires to the Bay. Listen to In Comment, Saturdays at 2 on GBH 89.7.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Christina Quinn, in for Jim Braude. Ahead on Boston Public Radio on GBH and NEPM. We'll start the week with you. As more American soldiers die after Iran strikes over the weekend, how are you dealing with the stark reality of another forever American-led war? Call or text. Then it's retired federal judge Nancy Gertner and Tufts food policy analyst Corby Kummer on that national salad recall.
I'm Shirley Leung, in for Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, we'll hear about why Medford's Amelia Earhart still captures the imagination almost 90 years after she disappeared. Then it's my colleague, Boston Globe Camberville reporter Spencer Buell, on ShotSpotter and more from just outside of Boston. And with summer halfway over, the kids are still out of school for another 6 weeks. Are you counting the days or trying to soak up every last bit of summer? Call or text next on BPR.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Libby Casey. The U.S. House has just one more week of work in Washington before lawmakers head home for the August recess. And in 4 months, they'll face voters at the polls. NPR's Eric McDaniel says Republicans are thinking about what message they'll take home.
President Trump is again escalating his war with Iran. More American troops have died. Gas prices as of this morning are again over $4, according to AAA. And polling shows the cost of living and affordability are Americans' chief concerns. And that's the context that Republicans have, with maybe a 2-vote margin in the House, when they're hoping to take votes on the president's priorities before they head home to sell their record to constituents in hopes of getting reelected this fall.
On House Speaker Mike Johnson's agenda, increasing defense spending and President Trump's election integrity bill, which would tighten voter ID laws. There's also a bill in play that would ban stock trading for lawmakers and a proposal to extend government funding through the November election. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calls Cuba the leading sponsor of radical leftism in the United States, and he's naming organizations that he says have been working with Cuban intelligence. NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports.
Just days after Secretary Rubio hosted a conference on what he describes as a resurgence of left-wing political violence, he's issuing a 70-page report detailing what he sees as Cuba's history of an ideological battle against the United States, starting in the 1960s. He says Cuba's, quote, Marxist project not only survived the collapse of the Soviet Union, but thrived. And he calls Havana the ideological capital of the modern radical left. Rubio's parents were born in Cuba but fled to the U.S. before the revolution. Rubio began his political career in Florida and was known for his tough stand against Cuba's communist government. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the State Department.
A Mississippi teenager whose body was found after a July 4th boat trip will be remembered today at a memorial service. Nolan Wells' family and civil rights leaders are calling for justice as they search for answers about how he died. NPR's Kristen Wright reports.
Nolan Wells' family and friends and members of his community are gathering at a church in the 18-year-old's hometown of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. The Reverend Al Sharpton is delivering the eulogy, and the family's attorney, Benjamin Crump, is issuing a call to justice. Wells' death has drawn national attention and demands for a fair investigation. The case has renewed long-standing questions about race and policing in the Deep South. The black teenager went on a boating trip to an island with a group of high school friends that are white, but didn't return with them. His body was found 2 days later off the coast. The family has arranged an independent autopsy. Kristen Wright, NPR News.
The United Kingdom has a new prime minister in Andy Burnham. He replaces Keir Starmer. Both are from the center-left Labour Party. It's NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Craig Lamolt. The Massachusetts chapter of the Red Cross is urging eligible people to donate blood. That's after the American Red Cross declared an emergency blood shortage last week, with the national blood supply falling about 25% in June. Spokesman Jeff Hall says donations usually drop during the summer.
But what compounds that problem is the increase that we're seeing from hospitals and other treatment centers that use blood products that are donated by people. So we need to kind of bridge that gap and get more donors in the door just so that we have enough supply to be ready for when people need it.
Hall says the blood supply in Massachusetts is in pretty good shape, but they need to make sure people keep donating to ensure there's enough blood for other states. You can sign up to give at redcross.org. It was a big day yesterday at Boston City Hall Plaza as a large crowd gathered to watch Spain beat Argentina 1-0 in the World Cup final. Amadeo Casas moved to Massachusetts from Spain. He says he'd never seen so many Spain fans in the U.S. before.
Oh, it's been an amazing experience, to be honest, to be here in Boston during the World Cup. I took my kids to see Norway, Iraq as well, so we were part of the, the whole events as well, and, we had a blast. I'm so happy that we were in Boston during the World Cup.
This was Spain's second World Cup title. Sunny today with highs in low 80s. The Red Sox host the Orioles at Fenway tonight at 7 as they try to win their 14th game in a row. Their win over the Rays yesterday gave them their first 13-game winning streak since 1948. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Lilly Endowment, a private foundation supporting NPR's coverage of religion and spirituality, and Jarl and Pamela Mohn, focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts.
You're listening to Boston Public Radio on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Obviously, Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan are off today. I'm Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. I'm in here with Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn. We're here in the Brighton studio. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow at the BPL. Hello, Christina.
Greetings, Shirley. Early this morning, the United States ramped up its airstrikes on Iran after the military confirmed that 3 service members have been killed since Friday. That makes 17 deaths of U.S. troops since the U.S. and Israel first attacked Iran back on February 28th, allegedly with the aim of ending that nation's nuclear weapons program, a goal we don't seem to be much closer to achieving. Since February, we've been at war, not at war, sometimes at war, negotiating a peace in just 2 weeks, quote unquote, and then signing a memorandum of understanding before throwing all of it out the window. So beyond sticker shock at the gas pump, somehow the ups and downs of this Trump-led confusing conflict feels more real when American soldiers continue to die. So we want to check in this morning with you. How are you dealing with this war, which has dragged on despite the president's many claims to the contrary? Are you fielding questions from your kids? And the question we often ask on this show, are you doing anything about it? Whether it's attending protests or gearing up for the midterms, or maybe you're taking a completely different approach, sticking your head into the sand. Give us a call at 877-301-8970. You can also text us at that number. It's 877-301-8970. What are you doing about it, Shirley?
Well, we haven't heard about American soldiers being killed in a long time. Yeah. I think it's really put this war back on the radar screen for a lot of Americans. I mean, it does feel like and we know 2 soldiers were killed.
Right.
There's a 3rd missing.
Yep.
I think another soldier was killed by a drone or something like that, some other attack in Jordan. And so I do wonder if we start to see more American soldiers dying in the Middle East. I think Americans will get angry, and I'm hoping more Americans will get angry. I'm hoping Congress will get more angry and actually do something about it. What do you think, Christina?
Yeah, well, at first, I think it's always important to name. I mean, the Pentagon today released names of the 2 service members who were killed. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, who's 25, of Ua Beach, Hawaii, and Private Isabella Gonzalez, who was only 19 years old, of Carrollton, Texas. They were killed in the Friday attack. And so I think, it's really important to say these names because as this war continues, many of us are still confused. Why? Like, why did we get started in this to begin with? I mean, that's a question that I just sort of grapple with continuously. But we would love to hear from our listeners. I mean, so actually, we have an anonymous texter who's already reached out. How about a definition of forever war? A 4-month war with vague or whiplashingly changing objectives does not constitute a forever war. You are correct. It is not necessarily a forever war. We're certainly hoping it's not a forever war, but there is precedent in that whenever we've gotten involved with the Middle East, these things have gone on for years and years. And actually, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Trump has said he does not want to engage in forever wars. And I think this texter was trying to say that this feels like a forever war, what he has launched. I mean, it's one thing to get America into a conflict with Iran, but then not have a clear game plan to get us out of there.
Right.
I mean, that is really the definition of a forever war because we started this and there's no game plan to end it.
Right. And there was a really great piece written out of NPR by Greg Meyer. And the headline is, "Why is it so hard for the U.S. to win wars?" And I mean, that says it all. I mean, historically speaking, we get involved. We know how to start them. We don't really necessarily know how to diplomatically wrap things up. And that seems to be a problem that we haven't really figured out. We haven't resolved. We've got a lot of military might. So yeah, that's the question. Why is it so hard for the U.S. to win wars? We would love to hear from you guys. 877-301-8970. How are you responding to the escalation of this conflict? Is it impacting you? And what are you doing about it? 877-301-8970.
This story had some great lines in it. It said, it quoted someone saying, "The U.S. has an imperial appetite, but a terse approach to it." The idea that I read into
approach.
I mean, the idea that because we are the number one superpower in the world, we have so much money, we have so much power, we have so much influence, so we just kind of get into a war, think we're going to win, assume we're going to win, and then we move on, and we think that's what's going to happen, but that hasn't happened,
and we feel like we don't really necessarily have to explain ourselves.
Right.
That said, though, that the death toll is climbing, and people want this war to end, and both ends of this. I mean, nobody wants this to continue, but to that end, there is no game plan. We actually, and Bob in Rehoboth sort of made my point. He wrote, "No clue, no plan, no end." Okay, I'm tired of, quote, winning. The U.S. is now Charlie Sheen. All right, go ahead.
Are we ready for some callers? Yeah. Or this is a new system. Is Susan from Brookline available? Can I call on her yet?
Hi, Susan.
Or maybe she's in process. Do you see this blinking? I don't know what that means yet.
Nope.
Oh, I'm a little. Susan is not quite ready yet. Let's see. Keep them calling. Are we having a problem with our system?
No, I think we're just navigating some things right now. But you know what? We are definitely getting some texts.
Oh, here it is. Dan on the road. All right, here it is. Dan, you're our first caller of the day.
Hey, Dan.
I wanted to say that I believe that the number of service personnel killed is actually 18. Iran targeted U.S.'s largest military base in Iraq over the weekend and killed at least one service member. I also wanted to say that it is unbelievable that the Trump administration has done nothing to protect service personnel at the various bases around the Persian Gulf and in Iraq, which is horrendous, which is why the United States hasn't won a war, because all of their wars have been wars of choices which have not had any citizen skin in the game. We don't want these wars. They're started by the federal government, by greedy weapons contractors, and it really has to stop. Thank you.
Right. Thanks for calling, Dan. I mean, he raises a good point. And I got to say, I mean, I think we definitely say as civilians, like it's almost a luxury to say when we feel how this war is affecting us at the pump, right? You know, gas prices are going up again. They've been up for several months. I think now it's been reported that they're over $4 again a gallon. For us, that's sort of, that hits us hard and we feel it. But, when you think of Iranians who are dealing with this day in and day out and getting bombed and hit over and over again, I mean, we have a very different perch from this.
We do. I mean, in Iran, I think the death toll is over 3,500. So, and if you think about it, that's not in the news here as much.
Right.
That doesn't get emphasized, that we are in a conflict. I mean, now, Dan, thank you for saying 18. I think it has gone up one more. 18 American soldiers dead, and other lives, Iranian lives, taken as well. The New York Times was also reporting this morning that in the week leading up to those soldiers' deaths over the weekend, there were dozens of soldiers injured at military, as a result of Iranian attacks,
right.
And that goes unreported.
Yes.
We do not hear about the dozens of injuries of soldiers that are happening. Let's take another call from Colleen from Springfield.
Hi, Colleen.
Hi, good morning. And I want to start not exactly where I planned it based on what you just said. We have to remember disabilities must be reported. They usually result in a living death as well as death.
Yeah.
Very good point.
That is so important. And I will now move on to my thought, which is we have to keep our eye on the ball and remember this war is a distraction for him. He created this to distract us from other issues. We need to remember that. And we really, really have to do all we can to make sure we get ourselves and everybody we know to the polls. We've got to get someone in place who is interested in the Constitution, not themselves.
Well, it certainly is a distraction, but I think that leading up to the midterm elections, it's a distraction that's also going to hurt him ultimately. And so, I mean, to your point, people have to show up at the polls because I think that will be hopefully a telling day. We've got another texter here. Frank wrote, "Oh, this is not impacting me directly. However, I am furious that he is getting away with this and no one seems to pressure him on it."
I think that's true. I think that's absolutely true. But I'm thinking with, as more American soldiers die, and as Colleen mentioned, dozens get injured, and some of those injuries are likely to be living deaths,
right.
as she put it.
Yeah.
Will change their lives and their family lives forever. Reminder, the number to call or text is 877-301-8970. Again, that's 877-301-8970. Let's hear from Susan in Brookline.
Hi, Susan.
Hi.
Love the show.
Thank you.
I had 3 points, actually. One was about why we can't win wars, and I think it's because we choose poorly or we go into places we never should be because we don't understand the culture, so we don't know how to interact with the people. And the other thing is, you asked what are people doing to express themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I email and text my senators and representatives, but it feels somewhat futile living in Massachusetts because they vote the way I want them to vote.
Right. Yeah. No.
And that brings me to my third point is that I often wonder if we still had the draft, which I'm not advocating for, I wonder if there would be more protests, more loud opposition to what's going on if people knew that their children might be drafted. So I just think that may be a factor there. I don't understand why people aren't in the streets. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I've actually had this conversation with friends recently about, I think we feel so bludgeoned by the never-ending onslaught of horrific news that a lot of people feel so worn down. It's almost like, where do we begin? What fight are we going to fight? What battle are we going to pick? And it's, when you want to say all of them, that in and of itself is an overwhelming thought.
I mean, Americans are picking and choosing. I mean, look what happened with the ICE death up in Maine. I mean, there were protests immediately. I think the difference is that when immigrants are detained and killed by ICE, it's on the news. It happens right in front of your face. You protest. But American soldiers or Iranians killed in far, far away, it's really easy to ignore it.
And to your point too, is that you had asked about the draft. I mean, there has been actually there was movement to enforce a draft earlier this year. Young eligible men will be automatically registered for a military draft pool starting in December. This is part of a measure that was put into the annual defense policy bill that Congress signed into law late last year. So, but their men ages 18 to 26 must already register for service in case a draft is required. That said, the last time a draft was in effect was February 1973 during the Vietnam War. So maybe if this war continues and continues to escalate, and we do need to resort to a draft, maybe people will take to the streets. In the meantime, I think a lot of us are just waiting, right? We keep hearing, oh yeah, no, it's gonna, we're reaching a deal. And then, then there's no deal. And then, we start attacking each other again.
Our phones are lighting up. Let's hear from Sarah.
Sarah in South Carolina.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you really in South Carolina?
I really am. I used to live in Boston, then I moved to Maine, and now we're in South Carolina. So long time, second time. I think what my biggest fear is, and it's not affecting me directly aside from gas prices and grocery prices, but that was happening before anyways, is I just worry that everyone hates us and that we are like ripe for another terrorist attack. And that's what I keep thinking is possible. And as we continue to antagonize pretty much everyone on the planet, that's my biggest fear. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that call.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, that is a really good point.
I mean, there was concern in the beginning.
There was, yeah.
In the Iranian war about American tourists being attacked in Europe, but she's right.
I think that the World Cup, given that we hosted here, was a very welcome respite from focusing on how awful the news is, especially our role in this war.
And how we're hated internationally,
yes,
right?
Yeah. And I think, when we had all these tourists coming here and realizing, hey, these Americans aren't so bad after all, that really, I think it was probably the best kind of press we could have gotten, was just, this influx of tourists coming here and us welcoming them. But yeah, I mean, I
now
hear
the
you.
World Cup's over.
Now the World Cup's over.
and we're back to war. We're back to being
bad guys.
Bad Americans.
Back to being the bad guys, yeah.
Do we have time for another call? I think we do, right?
Yeah.
Brian from Worcester.
Hey, Brian.
Hi.
Hello.
The war is affecting me, certainly. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah. The war is affecting me with gas prices
Yep.
and with food, obviously, like everyone else. But the notion of protesting and speaking out with our thumbs is ridiculous. It's right out of Aldous Huxley and Brave New World. And distractions are killing our spirit. And time again, there's just a failure to react in any, especially broad sweeping way. The Democratic leadership, which is so fractured, you have candidates positioning themselves and different leaders in the House and Senate are talking around themselves. it's not going to happen. But in a parliamentary system, you have a permanent opposition that people can rally around with a message. And we just saw that change occur in Britain. We don't have that here. And it's just a tragedy that we can't focus policy changes in ways that would, for example, ape our policies to follow China rather than the military-industrial complex.
Right. No,
anyway,
I
don't want to get into a rant. But.
No. I mean, that's a good point. And we appreciate your rant. That's what we're here for. We're here for you guys to air your grievances. I do sometimes wonder if this, like the epic size of our country, and given the fractured nature of our political parties, just, compounds the problem when it comes to unifying and taking to the streets. Yeah, I mean, that's that. Well, we have heard from, let's say, speaking of which, Sheila in North Attleboro, where the way to win is to not start one. Diplomacy, economic sanctions. The military should be the very last resort. And she wrote, Trump is not credible on any level. Right. It should be the very last resort, but it was actually the first. It was the first step in action, and what started it.
We've also thank you for this anonymous texter who is reminding us that we should say service members. Instead of soldiers, I keep proud Air Force.
Indeed,
Sounds like thank you, service members. Yes. Do you have time for another call? I think Ellen from Northampton.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Ellen.
Thanks for taking my call. I missed your introduction, so you're strangers as far as I'm concerned.
Christina Quinn, and I'm Shirley Leung.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, too. I had been calling my McGovern and Warren and Markey this morning about this very issue because it had occurred to me that we should just let go because insurance rates for getting anything out of that Persian Gulf spike and nobody can get out. I mean, Iran would let Iraqi oil, I think, come out, but it just occurred to me that pressuring the insurers to keep the pressure on. What we're doing now is just giving up leverage. We should keep our powder dry. All this money that's being promised, we'll give you all this money now that we've created a government that sounds more like ISIS over there. I wouldn't be anyway.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, what do you mean by letting go?
Stop trying to make Iran do this, that, or the other about Hormuz. They'll find it self-defeating. Just like I think our tariffs are going to be self-defeating. We shoot ourselves in the foot. We let them shoot themselves in the foot. They'll have a thriving Gulf if they don't charge people and don't shoot at people. And they'll find out pretty quick. And if they don't, the insurance companies will let them know.
Interesting. So you're saying that we should be reaching out to our insurers.
Yes.
Oh.
And I asked Representative McGovern's office to do that. Oh, we'll pass it on. We shall see. I don't know how they would do that. It seems that they're already doing that.
Huh.
And this would be one of those things that it's a whole lot of noise being made and it will sort itself out if we just look the other way.
Huh. Okay. So there's a somewhat sort of pacifist approach or a sort of let's see
financial
where things
pressure.
Go. Financial pressure. That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting idea. Okay. Well, we've also got an anonymous texter who wrote, "Where are the younger generations? I recently went to a rally last Friday in remembrance of John Lewis. I was the youngest there and I'm 70.
Wow.
Maybe that's, the fact,
Well, a lot of the younger generation, I mean, they were, experienced COVID during their formative years. So they're not used to getting out, getting off their screens, getting into the streets. Though I think some are.
We did take to the streets, though, in 2020, though. I mean, when George Floyd was killed,
but they were kids. They were little kids.
No,
then.
That's true. I mean, they were kids, but there were young people. There were young people who took to the streets.
I actually think there's been a lot of protests in the last, I think since 2020. I think we have taken to the streets, but we've got a lot of problems.
We have a lot of problems.
And we got a lot of problems, and we've got more conflicts, and both domestically and internationally.
Yep.
I think there is a certain amount of fatigue. Oh, is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we're run out of time on this topic, and Christine and I are new to this. So thanks for your calls and texts. Coming up after this quick break, retired federal judge Nancy Gertner for another edition of On the Docket. I'm Shirley Leung with Christina Quinn. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and you're listening to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Before the battles of Lexington and Concord, there was a revolt in Worcester. Before his famous midnight ride, Paul Revere spread ideas with cartoons. And before the Commonwealth, it was just a colony. This year, GBH News is bringing together the people, places, and untold stories that turned Massachusetts from colony to Commonwealth. Available now at gbh.org/America250.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And the Cambridge Homes, a nonprofit, independent, and assisted living residence proudly serving the Cambridge community and local seniors for more than 130 years. Learn more at thecambridgehomes.org/tradition. And the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org.
Welcome back to BPR on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan are off today. I'm Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn, here with Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow at the Boston Public Radio. Now, before we go to our next guest, I want to mention a text that we got from another listener who wrote, "The younger generations are out working our butts off to barely be able to afford anything at all." That's in response to why people are not taking to the streets. That's a really
true.
great
They
point.
can't own their first home until they're 40. So they do have to be constantly working, maybe two jobs even,
Yep.
right?
Yep. So, hey, point taken. For another edition of On the Docket, we're joined now on Zoom by retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. She is a senior lecturer at Harvard Law School and a Boston Public Radio contributor. Hello, Judge Gertner.
Hello.
Hi, Judge Gertner.
Good to see you.
Welcome to the estrogen. How do I say it? The estrogen surge. Is that what we've been calling
That's the estrogen surge. Yes. Yes. Look at us.
All female panel here. So, Judge Gertner, a recent poll showed that more than half of Americans disapprove of how the Supreme Court is doing its job, and an astounding 46% believe the court rules based on ideology. Does this surprise you at all?
No, it doesn't surprise me. And it seems to be, in part, it's an issue of the way the coverage of the court is, but in part, it's an issue of the way they are actually behaving. I have written before that, the other courts have been split ideologically, but this court has a consistent 6-3 split, which aligns completely with the conservatives on the court. And that 6-3 split occurred just when there were 6 conservative justices. So it's, then there's the question of the cases that it has taken. Most of the time, there was a concept of constitutional avoidance, where the court was supposed to avoid all courts are supposed to avoid ruling on constitutional matters until they have percolated through the district courts. This is a court that is reaching for the constitutional questions that it wants to have answered, which are constitutional questions that align with the conservative majority. So, and then there's something that no one has focused on,
which is
that the day before the voting rights decision. This was the decision that undermined Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, to substantially gutted the Voting Rights Act. 6 of the conservative justices were invited to a dinner for King Charles. The 3, quote, liberals were not invited. What was significant is that the 6 went. So the court is not even attempting to behave like a dispassionate court.
Right. Yeah. I mean, which actually brings up the fact that just last week, Justices Elena Kagan and Amy Coney Barrett testified in front of Congress. And first of all, it was the first time that they had addressed Congress since 2019. But they talked about a number of things, including the ethics code. And it was interesting to hear about sort of the way they sort of danced around the idea of whether or not Supreme Court justices should have an ethics code, and who would design it, who would hold them accountable. You can't have lower court judges do that. But it doesn't seem like it should be that difficult.
No, there's no question about it. Every other high court in the world, in a Western democracy, has an enforceable code of ethics. And what is extraordinary is that Justice Coney Barrett, in particular, was poo-pooing the notion that, say, you could come up with an enforcement mechanism that would be, say, senior judges all across the country selected people. The ethics enforcement board would be selected from senior judges, who are usually the judges who have been on the court for the longest time, and create a board, and they would make it enforceable. They could come up, enforceable is also a squishy word. Enforceable could mean let's investigate.
Yep.
And it could mean let's investigate and come up with a report of what the violations are. And then there's a question of enforce and investigate and then do something about it. The do something about it is the moment of contest. The investigation report is not. And so if there was a board that said, hey, Justice Thomas, you're wrong to have accepted these mega expensive trips, that would make a difference. It would certainly be, even if they didn't then say, therefore, we're going to recommend impeachment proceedings, because that would be, they actually don't have the power to do that, or we would dock your salary, which they don't have the power to do. But to issue a report, to investigate, to do this as any other body would, it seems to me to be clear.
And it isn't right now. It has, that has not been put into place yet. And are we even close to it? It seems
the trajectory has been when the stories about Justice Thomas came out, the court said we are bound by the same ethics that other judges are. That's fine, but he was obviously violating those ethics. Then they issued supposedly a new ethics regulations, which were really not materially different than the preceding one, but again with no enforcement capacity. It's very interesting. When the Dobbs decision was leaked, there was an internal investigation in the court to figure out who the leaker was. They ultimately couldn't. But the notion that you don't even investigate, you don't even opine about an ethics violation is simply outrageous. And it's an indication of how all powerful these 6 justices have become.
Yeah.
How are ethics, potential ethic violations handled in other judiciaries? I mean, is it just is the Supreme Court operating on its own set of rules? What about other federal judges?
Well, other federal judges are bound by the Code of Ethics. If there's a violation of the Code of Ethics, there's an investigation that is typically run by the chief judge of the district. If there's a violation, there would be a report, and there's a whole procedure for both investigating and, the disciplining. The disciplining could be a censure, which usually works, right? Judges care about their own legitimacy, so a censure or a finding of a violation should be sufficient.
What would follow? What would come of a censure, though? Could you elaborate?
Well, the censure would just be a public, you did wrong.
Right. So just like a slap on the wrist type of.
It could be a slap on the wrist, but as I said, most judges care about the way in which they have their own legitimacy. Sure. I suppose there could be a recommendation of further discipline, which is, don't you will take away your caseload, of other discipline. And then that finding could lead Congress to, if it's a dramatic enough finding, could lead Congress to take even more action like impeachment. So I guess when I keep on saying this is that the fact of the investigation, putting aside what could happen, is oftentimes all you need for federal judges. So, for example, there was an investigation of a judge in California for sexual misconduct, sexual harassment. The finding came out, he resigned. So there doesn't have to be the constable at the door waving at you for a meaningful ethics reform to take place. There could be an
there shouldn't be, but in this case, I think at the Supreme Court, there seems to be no shame. Would you want to say, Shirley?
Yes, I was going to say, I want to talk a little bit more about why the justices were before Congress. Justice Amy Coney Barrett and Justice Elena Kagan, they were there to request millions of more dollars for security, because the justices were saying that there's been a rising security threats on the justices and their families. And I think we have a little bit of sound from Justice Coney Barrett on talking about these threats.
A few years ago, around the time of the Dobbs leak, my security detail sent me home with a bulletproof vest, and I carried it into my house, put it into my bedroom, dropped it down on a table, turned around, and my 12-year-old son was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and he wanted to know what it was and why I had it, and I didn't know how to respond.
Judge Gertner, I mean, how is this unprecedented that the Supreme Court justices have to wear bulletproof vests? I think we were reading how their security detail. They get 24-hour round-the-clock security now. I think each justice has anywhere from 4 to 8 security officers in the detail.
Yeah.
I mean, what is going on here?
Well, what's going on here is that this administration, members of members of Congress who should know better, have joined in the chorus of attacking judges for the decisions that they have written. The president seems to be emboldened to talk about how judges should be impeached. In other words, the level of rhetoric has vastly expanded, and has vastly expanded not just from some rogue congressman. The level of rhetoric has expanded at the level of J.D. Vance, at the level of Todd Blanche. I mean, at the level of the president, and that obviously has an impact on the way the ordinary man in the street sees judges. So when one judge in Rhode Island, for example, literally had called me to tell me about the death threats that he'd been receiving. Mm-hmm. Every judge had reactions from disgruntled litigants. They were episodic. They were key to a case. This is a much more dramatic drumbeat that is directed at, frankly, not just the Supreme Court judges, but all judges, Supreme Court justices, but all judges. Right. And that's what she was referring to. It's one thing to do controversial things. It's quite another thing for this chorus of these judges are illegitimate. Rogue judges was the language which the Trump administration was using. And when you talk about judges in that way, you enable more than just the disgruntled litigant. You enable the person on the street who wants to do something about it.
Well, I mean, but these are judges that we're talking about, judges that Trump appointed himself. But I recall he used the word disloyal, right? When there was dissenting votes from judges that he had appointed.
He's particularly focused on Amy Coney Barrett, right, who has on occasion sided with the quote liberals. So he's particular. I mean, it can't be said enough times how outrageous that is. A judge may start out being appointed by ex-president, but the work is not supposed to be consistent with the president who appointed you at all. You're supposed to see the cases independently. You're supposed to go wherever the law takes you.
Right.
So it's
serve the Constitution.
That's right. It's a completely illegitimate comment.
Right.
So there was an interesting piece in Slate about how Trump's Supreme Court birthright citizenship case, how it could become the new Roe v. Wade. Explain how so. Explain the significance of that story and this case.
Well, understand that the challenge to birthright citizenship, the challenge to the notion that individuals who are born in the United States, no matter how they got here, are American citizens. The challenge to that was a aberrant challenge, which nobody took seriously for the longest time, and the reason that no one took it seriously was because of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, both in its language and in its history, could not have been clearer. I'm sort of a nerd and I read legislative history about the passage of the 14th Amendment. And although it was focused, it was prompted by the notion of providing full citizenship to former slaves. There was no question that when they debated it, Congress understood they were talking about a multiracial democracy. There were literally members of Congress who would say, if we do this, we're going to allow in the Chinese. We're going to allow in, all of these other people. They understood that they were legislating in general language and that language would lead to birthright citizenship for all with very narrow exceptions. The Supreme Court affirmed that in a case in the 1890s involving a Chinese immigrant, and it was settled law. During the oral argument a year ago, the court seemed almost ready to decide immediately because there was such clarity and such extraordinary unanimity, it seemed, on this point across courts and cases, etc. The notion that 4 justices the decision was ultimately 5-4. The notion that 4 justices thought that this was even a debatable matter.
It was,
yeah.
I think
was extraordinary.
Yeah,
was extraordinary.
It should have been unanimous, right? It should have been unanimous, and it wasn't.
Right. And Justice Kavanaugh, who went along with the dissenters, came up with the notion that there had been a statute that had protected people born in the United States, but that the Constitution didn't, which was particularly weasel as far as I was concerned, because what he's doing is fighting Congress to continue a debate that really was never debatable. So
he's trying to have it both ways.
Right. The point about the ways in which this is Roe v. Wade is that essentially there is a backdrop of muttering about these challenges, legitimized now by the dissenting opinions in the birthright citizenship case, with the view to building a consensus down the line. So that's what that article was suggesting, just because it was just like with Roe v. Wade, it had been the consensus for a period of time, but there were dissenting voices which built over time. And that's what it's suggesting. This could well be that, which would be outrageous.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea that this ain't over, right? That we kind of need to keep fighting for this.
Right.
Oh, are we out of time already?
We are out of time.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
That went by, Judge Gertner. So much fun. So much to talk about.
Okay, we'll be back.
We've been speaking with retired federal judge Nancy Gertner. She's a senior lecturer at Harvard Law School and a BPR contributor. Judge Gertner, always great to talk to you. And coming up after this quick break, we have Tufts food policy analyst Corby Kummer on the One Big Beautiful Bill, 1-year impact on food stamps, and more. I'm Shirley Leung with Christina Quinn. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and you're listening to Boston Public Radio on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Teddy Roosevelt charged through life and changed the American landscape. In I Am Teddy Roosevelt, best-selling author Brad Meltzer introduces young readers to the conservationist president who believed public service meant protecting people and the natural world. From the White House to 5 national parks and 150 national forests, Meltzer traces the making of a leader whose environmental legacy surrounds us. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org. And Newbury Court, serving Concord, Massachusetts for 30 years as a not-for-profit continuing care retirement community dedicated to older adults. More at newburycourt.org.
Welcome back to Boston Public Radio on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan are off today. I'm Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn, here with Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow at the Boston Public Library. Joining us now on Zoom, however, for the latest on the Taylor Farms iceberg lettuce recall and the nationwide cyclospora outbreak is Corby Kummer, Executive Director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, a senior editor at The Atlantic, and a senior lecturer at Tufts Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Hi, Corby.
Hi, Christina. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, Corby. Thanks for joining us. So, Corby, what is the latest with this cyclospora outbreak at Taylor Farms? I mean, it's now more than just contaminated lettuce at Taco Bell, right?
Oh, it's Taylor Farms, which is one of the country's largest suppliers of lettuce greens, that has recalled not just what it shipped to Taco Bell, but what it shipped to a lot of food service places. I hesitate to say so far it is only big industrially bagged lettuce that goes to food service and not what you see in your supermarket and not what comes from Taylor Farms' U.S. locations. It's only been in Mexico because that might give false reassurance in case there's tracing cyclospora to other. So far, however, it's to big food service organizations like Cisco, like hospital, college, and school cafeterias and such. But Taylor is not very good about saying, here's where we shipped everything. Right. They make the job hard for people who are trying to trace the origins of it. It's already amazing that the CDC and the FDA, strapped for budget, strapped for personnel, were able to trace this outbreak because unlike most other foodborne illnesses, cyclospora is really hard to trace to one particular food from one particular place. It's amazing they did it as quickly as they did. But Taylor Farms and all food manufacturers are not required by the FDA to be super explicit about this went out to the Taco Bell near BC or, Cisco that goes to the BU cafeteria. They just don't go into that detail. Law does not require them to. And so it's a little murky.
Is the fact that law does not require them to, does that therefore, because they're not equipped to respond to it, they're not able to trace it, or are they being a little cagey intentionally? What do you think?
I think they're being intentionally cagey and that they don't want to reveal the source, where they ship everything. Presumably, they can figure out internally where they shipped the Mexican bagged lettuce, right, which was iceberg, but also a lot of it mixed with romaine. So that's why we've heard about it in both iceberg and romaine. So presumably they know what states they shipped it to. In fact, the recall so far does not apply to all states, but because there are new tracings of cyclospora from reassuringly Taco Bell restricted or reassuringly Taylor Farms, we all have to be really super careful about salad greens.
I just want to say, as a fan of Taco Bell, that my understanding is that they actually moved pretty quickly to clear out all of the Taylor Farms lettuce that is used in their food. Is that correct?
I'll completely go with that. Often the places, what I'll say is, for example, Michigan was the epicenter of the outbreak. Right. Michigan has better tracing and contact tracing as a result of better systems they put in place during COVID and have kept. And so they were said to be the epicenter. It's because they had the best systems in place to be able to count the number of cases. So if Taco Bell says they moved quickly, they've been burned in the past. Jack in the Box, which has been really burned in the past, also said immediately they'd withdrawn all of their Taylor Farms. I think these places, they get both good and bad publicity for acting fast because they're able to.
What about, the fact that the CDC, their staff was gutted at the beginning of the second Trump administration. I mean, how much did the CDC cuts really impact the response to this outbreak, or just even the fact that the outbreak happened to begin with?
I'm glad you asked that because I don't know. Why am I saying that? Because there are two articles that are really interesting. One was in the Washington Post saying that even in the Biden era, the staff and opening hours of some of the labs were already being cut back. And so we can't just blame it on the One Big Beautiful Bill or on Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy now and cuts. But then again, I saw a piece today in Wired saying the staff shortages, the number of people who are quit or leaving. For example, the Food and Nutrition Service from the USDA, which is a very important part of all this, has announced that it's relocating from Washington to who knows where in flyover territory. That's a terrible Boston thing to say, but it is a ploy to get people to quit, and they are quitting. And they started doing it under Trump 1, and they're doing it under Trump 2. So very important tracing personnel are being decimated.
So speaking of the One Big Beautiful Bill, it's made historic changes to the federal food assistance program known as SNAP, and we're starting to feel those changes already, at the state level. Corby, walk us through that.
So the state level is really important that you mentioned this, Shirley, because one of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is aimed at reducing the roles of people who receive food assistance, which Republicans think is welfare and charity and not the business of the state to give out. That's their general attitude toward giving people free food. So there have been lots of new restrictions placed on you no longer can be excused from looking for work and proving that you're looking for work after age of 55. It went up to 62. Same thing with kids. It used to be kids up to 14. You never had to worry if you were taking care of them. Now it's down to 12, I think. I have to check that. But there's basically been an attempt since the One Big Beautiful Bill, also called H.R. 1, has been put into effect. But when you say states, one of the huge cost burden shifts is requiring states to spend up to 75% of the administration costs. These are no small thing. State departments and federal departments are already being shrunk terribly. And so even states that wish to conform to the confusing, inequitably applied new rules about which adults have to show that they've proved work, you get dinged if you report somebody's income a couple $1,000s wrong, because suddenly that's waste, fraud, and abuse.
Right.
So if you have, I think, a 6% error rate, and these errors are tiny and trivial, they do not qualify as what we would call waste, fraud, and abuse. But nonetheless, if you've got 6%, you're dinged for, I think, 15% more of the costs. But already states are being said, you have to front 75% of the admin costs. They've never had to pay any of the admin costs. Their health departments and their social assistance programs are already way, way over call for the amount of services they're allowed to provide. And so Arizona is the most dramatic. The SNAP rolls have cut in half in 1 year. It's horrifying.
That's staggering.
It's staggering. It's 4 million people have been cut off the rolls in the past year. If these state rules go into effect on the 2026 October and November timeline, that the feds have said states have to start picking up their part, which they've never had to have any part of, there's going to be a very dramatic decrease. There's now an attempt by Democrats to hold up various spending bills to extend this state restriction to 2027. We'll see if that works. But a lot of it isn't Republican governments or state governments just trying to throw people off. It's they can't respond to telephone calls and applications.
Because they're understaffed and there's just, and then I'm sure there's a groundswell of more calls and just a huge increase in that.
I mean, my colleague Katie Johnson just wrote about this. I mean, it's happening in Massachusetts as well. I think she just recently reported that I think there's an 80,000 household decrease in Massachusetts in terms of SNAP benefits, including nearly 50,000 children who have lost these benefits, and the state is being overwhelmed. They're just all this verification. People are calling, families are calling, trying to get their benefits, but it's hard to get through the phone line. Literally, the state workers are overwhelmed with, questions about the new procedures and new verification.
It's often questions they don't know how to answer because
That's
the feds are not very consistent in their guidance state by state. So it's incredible confusion and frustration on everybody's part.
I gotta say, I mean, does it go without saying that there are people who are going hungry? I mean, I've read numerous stories over the past year, ever since this went into effect in terms of like SNAP cuts, that people going from $400 a month to $24 a month.
Oh gosh, when you're taking care of parents who have fallen and are unable to fend for themselves, when you're selling your furniture, I'm not exaggerating this. A very good article in Civil Eats had a woman who never expected to be selling her goods to be servicing her parents and trying to feed them. And indeed, Christina, just as you said, her benefits went from $400 to $228 a month, and that takes a huge chunk out of her budget because there's no way for her to do that except by, selling goods. There's no way these families can make up for it, and there's no way that states can actually make up for the loss in federal dollars.
I mean, I think, we're definitely feeling the squeeze everywhere. If you're on SNAP benefits or not, whether it's at the groceries, and earlier in the show we were talking about, sort of how the Iran war is affecting all of us, and we're feeling it here stateside. But I'm going to do a quick pivot over to cheesemongers because they are no exception. Most of us love cheese, Corby, but cheesemongers are in trouble. Do you want to tell us why?
It's a lovely piece in the New York Times by Pete Wells, the former restaurant critic who gave it up because it was taking a terrible toll on his health and he didn't want to become diabetic. So now he's written various pieces. So what this is a piece about is tariffs are so unpredictable. They've really increased the cost of cheese. But the main thrust of the reason that cheese stores and people who know how to sell and cut and take care of cheese are called cheesemongers. Those are different from cheese makers. They're cheese tenders and cheese sellers. They have to pay much higher prices to get the cheese in the first place because of tariffs. But what the article really traces us back to is COVID. You couldn't go in and talk to your cheesemonger and have a wonderful conversation filled with lots of little tastes that they would hand you over the counter.
And stories, like they know all the stories of where the farms, where the cheeses came from and the dairy farmers and all of that.
Which is so romantic and wonderful.
It is.
We have to be incredibly lucky that Formaggio Kitchen still has 2 locations in Cambridge and Boston. They've been one of the country's leading cheese sellers, and they would go up to Vermont. They would tell you about Jasper Hill or Shepherd Farm, and they would be very active in helping small farms in Vermont. And, there was a very telling statistics of a Brooklyn store is called Stinky Cheese. And the couple owned a wine store, I was about to say package store, good New England term next door, where they sold wine and liquor, and they could get by with a very much higher profit margin at that wine store and half the staff, 3 people as opposed to the 6, that the tight margins, higher prices because of tariffs, caused in their cheese shop in Brooklyn. And so after trying to keep it open after COVID, they just said no. We can make more money with lower costs at our wine store. And so cities and towns are really without cheese stores, and supermarkets also used to have people. I hope Italy in the Prudential Center still has the terrific cheesemongers that it would have, because they could tell you, do you want Italy? Do you want France? Do you want a little bit of Vermont? Because they've got that too. So we've been very fortunate to have a wealth of cheese stores. There was one in Roslindale that was terrific that I hope is still in business. It's very, very hard and tight margins to keep a cheese store alive.
But also I think these cheesemongers and cheese shops are falling victim to changing shopping habits. I mean, who has time to go to multiple stores? A store just for cheese, a store just for for this, a store just for that. Usually you just go to one grocery store and that's it. And during the COVID also taught us Instacart. A lot of people, I feel like, have not stopped using Instacart because when you're at the grocery store, you're often chased around or jockeying with the people in the delivery, the Instacart people,
with their orders,
and they're like, it actually makes grocery shopping really stressful, competing with them for aisle space and register space. So but yeah, so I think it's hard for them. I think it's hard for these specialty stores.
I mean, whenever I go to the supermarket to buy cheese, it's the vacuum seal, the packs. I mean, I'm a big fan of cheddar. Because everyone in my house likes cheddar, but to your point, the only time that I can really go out and sample cheeses is if I actually have the day off, and I'm like, oh look, there's a cheese shop, right? And it's it's a little luxury.
Corby, we only have one more. We only have one more minute. Sorry, can we get one more topic before we go? Community watch parties at restaurants and bars. It's not just for the World Cup. Talk quickly about why this is a thing, and why it's good for bars and restaurants.
Why this is a thing, it again goes back to COVID. People stopped going out and into bars. And so as a way of keeping people coming through the door, they've had, of course, World Cup watch parties, at Jeopardy watch parties, trivia nights, anything where there's a ticket, so there's a gate price that guarantees an income to the bar. And also, it's a way of building community. Bars are a way of building community. So, but mostly it's because they lost so much business during COVID. It's more expensive to keep bars running afterward. And here are great ways to bring in people who meet each other, maybe form new friends. That's the point of going out.
Thank you, Corby.
All right, we've run out of time, but we'll go to some watch parties as well now.
Yes, absolutely.
After World Cup. So we've been speaking with Corby Kummer. He's Executive Director of the Food and Society Policy Program at the Aspen Institute, a Senior Editor at The Atlantic, and a Senior Lecturer at the Tufts Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy. Thanks, Corby. We say goodbye to you listening on NEPM, but make sure to tune in to the fabulous 413 starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The show continues here in Boston. Coming up after this quick break, author Rachel Hartigan on one of the world's most famous unsolved mysteries, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart. I'm Shirley Leung with Christina Quinn. We're in for Jim and Marjorie, and you've been listening to Boston Public Radio on GBH and NEPM, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
Do your part to support the programs you love by becoming a GBH Sustainer. Sustainers make easy monthly donations that keep the news you trust on the air, month after month, year after year. Enrolling is simple at gbh.org/sustainer.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And MIT Federal Credit Union. Banking built on innovation. Guided by real people. Memberships open to the public. More at mitfcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. And Morningside Music Bridge, returning to Boston. The summer program shines a spotlight on young classical musicians from around the world, with concerts now through August 7th at New England Conservatory. mmb.international.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News, what matters to you?
Welcome back to hour number 2 on BPR on 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. If you're just joining in, I am not Jim Browdy. She is not Marjorie Egan. They are obviously off today. I'm Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. I'm in here in the Brighton studio with Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow, and they'll be back at the library, Boston Public Library. Hello again, Christina.
Hello again, Shirley. For almost 9 decades, the life and disappearance of adventurer and journalist Amelia Earhart has captured the world's attention. Countless portrayals in pop culture and media, and the enduring legacy of her own voice. Like this clip from 1932, when she had just become when she had just become the first woman to fly across the Atlantic solo.
A few years ago.
Thank you. The welcome which I have received is really more than I deserve. My flight has meant nothing to aviation. It was simply a personal gesture.
Her plane went missing in July of 1937. That's 89 years ago and has yet to be found. But what is it about her life and story that draws us to her so many years later? Jim and Marjorie spoke with author Rachel Hartigan back in February about exactly that question. Hartigan is the author of Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and One Extraordinary Life, a book that tracks 3 theories of what really happened to the intrepid Earhart.
Rachel, congratulations on your book, and it's great to have you.
Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
We're thrilled to have you.
So, Rachel, how did you get involved with Amelia Earhart? How'd this happen?
Well, it was kind of random. I was working at National Geographic, and I wasn't really one of those gung-ho, swashbuckling National Geographic reporters. I was sitting at my desk doing my editing and writing, and one of the editors stopped me in the hall and said, "We have a berth on a ship that's going to an uninhabited island where some people think Amelia Earhart's bones might be. Do you want to go and cover it for us?" And I said yes, but then I thought, I don't actually know where I'm going.
Well, you were not even the first choice, I think you said. Is that correct?
Right. No, there was a younger guy, single, no kids, who was going. I was the middle-aged lady fallback.
You know, before we get to the story itself, I found that interesting that you said, you didn't use this word, but in the prologue, I think you mentioned you were sort of the antithesis of the kind of person Earhart was. Do you think that ultimately when you got into the story, that made you more able to do what you did so beautifully? Because you were not new to it, but just so different from her, at least in your own self-evaluation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think part of it was I didn't rise to her level, obviously. I still don't know how to fly a plane, but I did have to examine what made her do what she did. And also I could recognize that she wasn't perfect and that, she had doubts. She was careless sometimes, but I also had to, I've got to be at least a quarter as good as she was.
Well, you were. The book is great. For the 3 people who don't know, briefly tell us about the last trip of Earhart's career.
Well, she was flying around the world at the equator. She was flying east, and she had made it all the way from California, across Africa, across Asia to Lae in Papua New Guinea. And her next flight was supposed to be from Lae, New Guinea to this teeny tiny island called Howland Island. It was a very long flight. All that was on Howland was basically the runway. And on her way there, she disappeared.
How big a deal was she at this time? For those who have not been following the story for decades, how big a deal was Amelia Earhart?
She was huge. She was recognizable by her voice, by her face. I don't think she could go anywhere without being recognized. And that was really the beginning of mass media. Radio was so big. The newsreels were so big. So everybody knew who she was. And I think that's part of why people still can't accept that she disappeared, because so familiar with her.
Well, I thought this might have died down, but I was totally wrong, because I read toward the end of your book, Diane Keaton played her, Amy Adams played her, Hilary Swank played her. She got made into a Barbie doll, a Lego doll. Rihanna got involved. I mean, she's still big in pop culture. What's that about?
Yeah. Well, I think she looked so modern. I think if you plopped her down right now, you wouldn't say, oh, that's a woman from a past time. She just had this air of forward looking. She was very charismatic. I think she didn't feel stuck in time.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people have said, oh, I named my daughter Amelia after her.
Rachel, before we get into the 3 major hypotheses, as Marjorie always calls it from her columnist days, there's a dreaded local angle.
Dreaded local angle, Boston, yeah.
Explain to people the Boston, Medford, whatever part of Amelia Earhart's life.
Okay, well, she lived in Medford from 1924 through 1928. She'd ended up there with her mother and her sister. And at first, she wasn't too happy to be there because she couldn't find a good job, something that she really wanted to do. But she ended up getting a job at Dennison House, which was a settlement house, with basically a community center kind of place that helped impoverished immigrants, taught them English, got them involved in basketball. And she loved being a social worker there. So that's where she was when she got the call asking if she wanted to be a passenger on a flight across the Atlantic.
So give us the theories. By the way, also said she applied to MIT, get into MIT, and then you reported she couldn't afford to go to MIT for some.
Yeah, she didn't get a scholarship.
Yeah, didn't get a scholarship. But tell us about the theories about what happened. There are various ones.
Yeah, there are three main theories, and some of them have sort of permutations. The first one is that she was captured. She was captured she got off course, or she went off course on purpose and was captured by the Japanese and died in their custody. The second one shorthand is called Castaway, and that is that she was looking for Howland Island, ended up flying south and found an island that was called Gardner Island at the time that had a reef around it, that if it was low tide, she could have landed on it. And she died. She and her navigator died there, a castaway. The last one is that she basically couldn't find the island, ran out of gas, and ditched in the ocean, and her plane is somewhere on the ocean floor.
So can we get back to...
Didn't I read one more about how she was snuck back into the United States disguised by a nun, and somebody thought the mounds in the family home were where she was buried?
That's a permutation of the capture theory.
Okay.
That also means that that theory includes that she was stashed in Hirohito's palace in Japan, and that she helped plan Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, the Tokyo Rose theory, that her voice and her voice didn't sound like Tokyo Rose's when people,
and there were multiple women.
By the way, the fourth theory that you don't cover in your book, which is disappointing,
what's that?
Is that she's with Elvis. That was the other thing that a lot of people are.
She's in Graceland.
So one of the things I loved is you interviewed, I think when she was in her 90s, the woman who is key to one of those theories as a little 11-year-old girl who came upon a couple of Americans who she originally thought were men. Share that story with us if you can, please, Rachel.
Yeah, there was this young girl named Josephine Blanco living on Saipan. She's bringing lunch to her brother-in-law. And when she got there, there were two pilots, white pilots. She'd not seen too many white people. They both had short hair and both were wearing pants, so she assumed they were men. But then she heard Japanese officials saying that one of them was a woman. And she was astounded because she'd never seen a woman with short hair or wearing pants. But she didn't really talk about it, and it didn't come up again until she was working for a Navy dentist after World War II.
And then it blew up into a big story because he essentially aggrandized the story that had been told by the kid who had been 11 but was now an adult, correct? And that's how it became.
Yeah, he had exaggerated it, and then another newspaper reporter had exaggerated it, which was very frustrating to her. And I think it may have, I don't know how clear her memory was at that point of that event, because so many people had said, no, that was Amelia Earhart that you saw. It couldn't have been anybody else.
How old was she when you interviewed her?
She was in her early 90s.
Wow.
But she was sharp. I'm not saying she had memory problems. I just think, yeah.
We're talking to Rachel Hartigan. The book is Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and One Extraordinary Life. You write about these over and over again, elaborate attempts to find her airplane. Somebody wanted to put big magnets, trying to pick up the plane with these magnets. But you were involved with Robert Ballard. People may know him because he found the Titanic. So tell us about that.
Yeah, I went out on an expedition with him in 2019, and he went to the island where people think she was a castaway. That island is now called Nicomaroro. And he was not looking for bones or anything on the island. He was looking for remnants of the plane around it. So he had his research vessel, the Nautilus, and all his fancy underwater toys. And he just went up and down the coral reef along the edge of the island. It's basically the former volcano, and went all the way around it many times, up and down, and did not find the plane.
You know what surprised me, because I don't like to fly, at all. I'm such a chicken about it. But she took a lot of chances. I mean, you talk about how she flew into these terrible storms, and how an engine caught on fire. I mean, it wasn't like everything was all T's were crossed and I's were dotted before she took off. I found that. I don't know what I thought of it, but I thought it was pretty. I don't know if I thought it was gutsy or if I thought it was careless and reckless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to remember that aviation was very new then.
Yeah.
So sometimes she was working with very new equipment that hadn't been tested that much. They just were kind of figuring things out as they were going. But I do think that towards the end, she was really in a rush to do that flight around the world, because she had already tried once and had wrecked the plane and needed to do it for real so that she could make the money from all the lectures so she could pay for fixing the plane and also have a living. So I think she might have rushed some of her training on the direction finder and the radio and so forth.
Rachel Hartigan, do you want to share what your conclusion was after all this research, or do you want people to just find that out when they read the book? Your call.
Well, I will say that I don't know, and nobody knows for sure. That's what I will say.
Okay, Donald Trump, who we talk about every other minute that you're not on the show, actually. Actually, I think it was in the end of 2025, said he was going to release a trove of documents that related to the Earhart flight and disappearance. What's happened with that, and has there been any positive consequence?
Well, I mean, he did release a lot of documents, and you can go and you can search through them. A lot of them were already out in the public eye already. So, for instance, the radio logs of the Itasca, which was the ship waiting for her on Howland, was already there. Investigations into the Japan theory was already out there. So it's all consolidated now, because a lot of the files were in different government entities. So it's now consolidated. But so far, I don't think anything has been revelatory.
Rachel Hartigan, when we introduced you, I mentioned that in your prologue, you talk about how you were not an Amelia Earhart kind of gal when you started this process. I don't mean not interested in her, but in terms of being an adventurous soul. Are you different after all this time researching and learn about her in terms of how you approach the world, do you think?
Oh, yeah, I think I am. I think I'm much more open and just willing to try things, because that's really how she was.
Our staff wants to know if James Cameron, the guy that made the Titanic movie, why isn't he out there looking for Amelia Earhart? You heard anything about that? And there have been some other billionaire type folks looking, but so far he hasn't. And we have a great text from Josephine from Medford, who says, "I am so proud to live in the same street as the Amelia Earhart house. There's a plaque in the corner of Brooks and Vernon Street. We're so proud to honor her." Yeah. Well, she was a very gutsy lady, that's for sure, Rachel Hartigan. Very gutsy lady. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Congratulations. The book is great.
On the detail. You got a lot of detail in there. My gosh, we know every expedition. But thank you very much for this.
Thanks for having me.
Where am I reading?
We've been listening back to Jim and Marjorie's February interview with Rachel Hartigan, author of the new book, Lost, Amelia Earhart's 3 Mysterious Deaths and 1 Extraordinary Life. For more info, go to rachelhartiganauthor.com. Coming up after this quick break, Boston Globe's Camberville reporter Spencer Buell. She is Shirley Leung. I'm Christina Quinn. We're in for Jim and Marjorie. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, it's a special, first-of-its-kind, impossible edition of our show, a plant-based hour dedicated to plants and all sorts of verdant curiosities. Tree canopies keeping us cool in the summer, plant wearables, is that right? Okay, plant wearables, and a guy who makes music with the electrical currents found in all corners of nature. That's the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com. And Newbury Court, serving Concord, Massachusetts for 30 years as a not-for-profit continuing care retirement community dedicated to older adults. More at newburycourt.org.
Welcome back to BPR on 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan are off today. I'm Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn, here with Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow at the Boston Public Library. We're joined now on Zoom by Boston Globe Camberville reporter Spencer Buell, where he focuses on all the odd and interesting things that happen on the other side of the Charles River, but not too far on the other side. Spencer, welcome to Boston Public Radio. This is your debut.
Yes, thanks so much for having me.
Well, welcome, Spencer. It's been a while since I've seen you, probably like last week or something at the office, right? So let's start off talking about Cambridge's controversial decision in May to remove this shot spotter system. This is a gunfire detection technology is installed in urban neighborhoods, and how that decision, Cambridge's decision, that decision might be coming to haunt the city now with the death of a public works employee who was shot and found dead on July 4th. Now people are wondering whether the city should have kept ShotSpotter, and maybe that could have saved his life. So do you think this death will make Cambridge rethink that decision?
It's certainly, I mean, they're hearing a lot of response to, the decision does start to look a little bit different once you see the realities of these things play out. But covering Cambridge and Somerville, both cities have thought very in depth about all sorts of security, sort of like surveillance technology questions about ShotSpotter. For years, I've been talking with people about this. And, even for some of the officials in Cambridge who ultimately decided in May to disable these devices and remove them. I mean, I remember talking to them a year earlier, and they were saying, well, we think that they consider the trade-offs for this technology, but they figured that it was still good for the city. And things have just changed. People are a lot more suspicious about the ways that surveillance tech might be used in ways that they don't like. They are concerned about the ways that the federal government might be using some of this data. And so they've gotten much more protective. And so now they've changed their tune. But this case that you mentioned, this was just a few weeks after they turned off the ShotSpotter devices. There was this man, a Cambridge DPW worker, who was shot around 4:30 in the morning. There were 2 gunshots, and his body was not discovered for another hour. And this was exactly the kind of case that the police and some other officials in Cambridge were worried about, that there would be these, no one is calling the police. And so first responders are not able to get there in time to potentially have saved this man's life. And that's what's haunting the city right now.
Well, I got to say, ShotSpotter has been around for a really long time. And so I'm surprised that this particular technology is what critics zeroed in on, given the rise of so many other new surveillance technologies. I'm thinking, for example, Flock is a surveillance technology where that's capturing, people's license plates and everything, and how law enforcement agencies are adopting those with very little or no oversight. And so when something like ShotSpotter has been around for so long and has been proven to be effective, why pick this fight?
Well, I think some of the questions that have been raised for a couple of years now are about what the impact of a ShotSpotter alert has in a community. So these devices are placed around the city. The way that they work is they listen for the sound of gunshots and they sort of pinpoint where it might come from. It will pick up the sound of gunshots, but also maybe loud banging noises that might be something else.
Sure, or a
And so
car
the police will go
backfiring.
fireworks, for example. And so, the police will, in some cases, be rushing to the scene, expecting to look for evidence of gunfire, whether or not it has occurred. This is the kind of thing people are worried about. The police might be sent in, not guns blazing, but sent in gung ho looking for the scene of a shooting when there isn't one, and that where these things are set up generally are in places that the city believes to have higher crime risk. And so there's concern that you have basically in communities that are more likely to be communities of color, communities of immigrants, that you have police rushing to the scene in these places. So that's one of the concerns. The others have to do, the more recent discussions have had to do with like federal immigration officials potentially using this data for, to build a case in some way, or even these are microphones, so they're listening, they're collecting audio data. So what's happening with it? There's just a lot more skepticism about surveillance tech than there was before.
Well, yeah, that was the question I had.
So if ShotSpotter was removed, right, from Cambridge, because they're probably concerned about over-policing false positives and over-policing, so was there anything put in its place?
So no, there hasn't been. And what's interesting is that there has been discussion, I've heard from some officials who have some openness to saying, okay, we've gotten rid of ShotSpotter. Could we replace it with something else that might, not have the same, that might not generate the same concerns as this one? This is run, as a reminder, this ShotSpotter is a private company that collects this data, analyzes it, and then feeds information back to the police, which then act on it the way that they want to. And, this is also the way that it's funded in Cambridge is that it's paid for through a federal grant. So you've got a private company, you've got federal grant money, and these are things that are just causing more concern for people than they once did.
Okay. So no word yet from the city about sort of what they're going to do. This death just happened. I mean, there's got to be, I'm sure there's some sort of fallout.
So not yet, but there has been. I mean, there is a meeting on Thursday night actually where they'll be discussing ShotSpotter in the city. They've gotten quite a bit of interest from people in getting to the bottom of this. I mean, people are, there are people who are outraged. They said this is exactly the kind of thing that ShotSpotter was meant to catch, and
prevent.
They see this as a failure.
In Cambridge, though, I want to just sort of quickly move to another piece that you wrote about, because living here is egregiously expensive, Spencer. You know this, really just in Massachusetts, but specifically in Boston, Cambridge. And that said, though, the city of Cambridge is trying a pilot program with something called social housing. Could you explain what social housing is?
Yes. So one of the things that Cambridge has to do is to get to the bottom of what social housing is. This is a widely discussed topic for people who are concerned about the cost of living, and they see rents and home prices going up, and they are looking at ways to rectify this. And one of the ways is the general idea, broadly speaking, is for the government to get more involved in putting up some of the money for building some of these projects, and then for them to be kept permanently affordable forever, and then that people live in these buildings from across multiple income levels, all under the same roof, paying different amounts to be there. And this is pitched as an alternative to some of the other ways that we've built public housing, one of which is with federal funding to build public housing complexes that are entirely for people who are very low income. There's also, we build housing that is, has affordable housing incentives and grant money, but it's run by the people who are building these places are private developers, and they're looking to make some money in the process here.
Right, but
so what social housing says, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was just what would social housing look like? Is that something that they're still trying to figure out? Because it looks like it could be simply a single room inside a complex, and then it made me wonder, well, does that mean you're sharing a bathroom with everyone in your floor? So could you sort of paint a picture of
like a boarding house?
Yes, I mean, is it sort of like, are we looking at something similar to a boarding house, or yeah.
I mean, I think typically the kinds of things that people have talked about doing in Cambridge would look like a typical, a condo development, like an apartment building development. But again, that would be built not with someone who's building it looking to turn a profit. There would be some government funding to do this. And the way that this is being pitched in Massachusetts, there is some state money on the table that's been made available for cities that are looking to do pilot programs that fit into the social housing framework. And so Cambridge is going after it, and they hope to have a proposal together sometime next year.
Okay. And there are other cities that have been trying this out, right? New York and DC. But all right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. And
yeah, I think we have time for one more thing.
One more question.
Quickly, yeah. So my colleague, our colleague, John Chesto, and my Power Play newsletter author, John Chesto, wrote a piece last week about Somerville Theater, I think in Davis Square, right? And Arlington's Capitol Theater. They're being put up for sale. So what's going to happen to these theaters? Will they get redeveloped or remain a theater?
Well, that remains to be seen. I mean, I have to say that I love the Somerville Theater so much, and the Capitol Theater. These are just such special places, and they're so unique. They've been around forever. Yeah. The Crystal Ballroom, just a great venue. And when news of this first came out that these buildings were going up for sale, there was a lot of concern from people who have been longtime patrons of the Somerville Theater and of the Capitol Theater that, oh no, is this going to be knocked down and turned into something else? And it seems like, at least at this juncture, it does not appear to be the case that they're going to get rid of the Somerville Theater. It seems like the people who've been lining up to buy these properties are people who, from what we hear, are very interested in preserving the theaters as they are. Okay. There have been some people who, there have been some rumors about folks who may be interested, including there were some names banded around about like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's.
Oh, wow.
The Affleck's, Casey Ben Affleck.
That'd be poetic.
And there's some reason for this. Basically what they said is that there was an actors group who was interested, which is, this is the rumor mill in Somerville right now.
That's a good rumor. I like it.
I like it.
Yeah. Who knows if that will happen, but it seems like the buyers are interested in preserving it, which is great news because these are really special places.
So maybe this will be Matt Damon's new Odyssey.
Can I
say
that? All right, we'll keep an eye on that story too. Thanks, Spencer.
Well, Spencer, you did a pretty good job first time on the show. Maybe we'll have you back again.
Please, let's do it again anytime.
Well, so we've been speaking with Boston Globe Camberville reporter Spencer Buell, where he focuses on all the odd and interesting things that happen on the other side of the Charles River. You can subscribe to the Globe's Camberville newsletter at bostonglobe.com/Camberville. That is CAMBERVILLE. I only learned about this word through you, Spencer, when you launched your newsletter. So, Spencer, thanks for being on the show. Coming up after this quick break, we'll end the show with you opening the phone and text lines again. We're going to be talking about summer and how it's just about halfway over. Are you dreading the end of beach bliss or counting down the days till the kiddos get back to class, just like the Staples commercials, right? I'm Shirley Leung with Christina Quinn. We're in for Jim and Marjorie. You're listening to BPR on 89.7 GBH and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
This year, we're getting to know each of the 26 gateway cities in Massachusetts, calling it 26 in 26. I'm Magdiela. If you're in Lynn, Lawrence, Worcester, Brockton, or Revere, I want to hear from you. What's our community like? What worries you? And what would you like to see more of in the news? Reach out to me. Visit gbhnews.org/gateway cities and fill out our questionnaire. That's gbhnews.org/gateway cities.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And M&M Skylights, installing and servicing the full range of commercial and residential Velux skylight products. More information about their installation process and consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com. And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com.
Welcome back to BPR on 89.7 GBH, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Jim and Marjorie are off today. I'm Fighting Crime podcast host Christina Quinn, here with Boston Globe business columnist Shirley Leung. Jim and Marjorie will be back tomorrow at the Boston Public Library. CNN's John King, Boston Medical Center's Dr. Catherine Gergen-Barnett, and more will be joining them. All right, so I have good news and or bad news, depending on how you look at it. Summer is officially halfway over, or at least by the public school calendar anyway. So it's like a cup half full version, there's still like another half of summer left to go, huzzah. But as a working parent, at least for me anyway, it always feels like there's never enough time to do all the things we want to do, go to the beach or the town pool. And as the days get ever slightly shorter, we want to know, are you squeezing in every activity possible before that fall chill sets in? Maybe you're wearing flip-flops every day. Maybe you're like me, kind of already freaking out about what's going to happen when camp ends on August 7th. And what am I going to do with my 8-year-old? My 13-year-old is a little bit more self-sufficient, but still, don't want to break the bank either. I am taking recommendations. Seriously, please help me. So the halfway point of summer, how are you making the most of this fleeting season? Summer salads, summer camp, summer trips, summer sadness. Give us a call, 877-301-8970, or give us a text.
Christina, I think the last time I really spent a significant time with you was when you were pregnant.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, man. It was like 8 years ago.
Yes, we were ships passing through, right, on Greater Boston.
Yeah.
Back when that was still on air. And I remember meeting a very pregnant Christina Quinn.
Yes.
And that child is now 8 years old.
Yes, that fetus is now a healthy 8-year-old child with many demands and an appetite. But yeah.
Oh, so my boys are a little bit older, 13 and 15. Obviously, the 15-year-old is not in camp anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He did try being a camp counselor one summer, and that was it. Never went back.
Not interested.
Interested. And the 13-year-old, it's probably the last real year of camp. After that, they don't. They're not interested, even though we're paying hundreds of dollars, and they're just like not having fun. We're like, fine, you don't have to go to camp.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you ready for the end of camp?
No. I'm not ready for the end of camp. I mean, so my 13-year-old, this is her first year being a volunteer camp counselor. This is like a sort of like a counselor in training program. She loves it, but I've always said that Lilywood was born to be a camp counselor, and she has really embraced it. Coming home with really cute stories about like all the 5-year-olds.
That's great.
No, it's been really nice. But I guess just trying to figure out what to do with them for like the last 4 weeks, 3.5 weeks. That is the challenge. The summer slide, that's what it's called, right? The summer slide where their brain turns to mush is sort of always in the back of my mind, like we don't want you to forget how to do arithmetic or, how many, just read books, just keep reading, guys. So yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I'm curious though, did you do summer camp as a kid?
I didn't. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, so and also I grew up in Maryland.
Mine was too.
well, yeah, I was gonna say I only did 1 week of camp.
Yeah.
My entire childhood.
Really?
But I had a great childhood in that my grandparents were still alive.
Mm-hmm.
They were living in Hong Kong.
Oh.
And so I would spend every other summer a month with my grandparents in Hong Kong.
That's amazing.
So that was really amazing. And so my poor kids now, they don't get to go to Asia.
Right.
They're lucky if they go to California, so they don't have the same experience. But those are some of that's what I love about summertime being a kid.
Right.
You can go a lot. Some kids do this.
Yeah.
They go to camp for weeks at a time, overnight camp. They get to travel, maybe see some relatives in another part of the world.
Right.
So, but no, I only had 1 week of organized camp. How about you?
So, yeah, I mean, I spent my summers going to day camp at the Murphy School in Dorchester over in Neponset, and I loved it because we had to go swimming every day and make bracelets out of gimp and do other crafts. And having some sort of, definitely like having a routine, I think is critical. But I am not one of those over scheduling parents. I don't want to have my kids sort of worn out from summer. Like if you're going to be worn out, it's because you had a great day at the beach. Like that's the good kind of being worn out. So yeah, there is. I love the idea of just having like a few days here and there of no big plans and just sort of like just enjoying summer. But I still need some help. So
that's our weekends. We have pretty relaxed weekends because during the school year, it's sports.
Yeah.
Almost every weekend.
Yeah.
It's basketball or one son is on a basketball court, which means I'm on a basketball court most weekends of the year. And my older son is a rower at BC High, so he is at some meet somewhere else. And for the erging, exactly. And for those of you who are rowing parents, I feel your pain. This is my first year of being a rowing parent, a spectator, and it is the worst spectator sport. You show up, it's either too hot, too cold. You try to angle for a good spot to see your child's race, my son's race, and literally they just fly down the river. I see about 10 seconds. And most times I can't even, when I look at all the boats, it's like, is that him? I didn't even know that's him. You have to bring binoculars, and you have to see your kid through binoculars to see if that was the right boat or not.
Like reassuring on the right boat.
Right, exactly. I mean, that is my life as, a summer, as my life in the rest of the year as a parent.
Right.
So, again, we encourage you to call or text 877-301-8970, 877-301-8970. Are people missing summer? Maybe they're not.
I mean, like if I don't, for me, it's like I got to get to the beach as much as possible because I love swimming. I love being I just love the beach. Oh man, an anonymous texter wrote, "Bring on the pumpkin spice."
What?
Boo. Boo. I was at Lowe's the other day, and they already had their Halloween decorations.
Oh.
Like the 30-foot tall, monster, automated. Yes.
I was just at Costco yesterday, and out of the corner of my eye, I also saw Halloween costumes. I was like, it's too
soon.
early
and
for
CVS
this.
has the candy out, the Halloween candy out. Like, guys, come on. No. And I know this happens every year, and this is a perennial issue, but there is really something that just, can we just take us to at least maybe mid-August. Mid-August, then I'll forgive you. But I think bringing that stuff in mid-July should, it's a crime. It's a crime.
So are you taking a vacation, any exciting vacations this summer?
Maybe some day trips here and there, maybe a few days away with the fam. We're still trying to nail that down. But I do actually love the idea of if anyone wants to call in with some day trip ideas, a good road trip, maybe an overnight. I was actually in Providence recently for work, and I forgot, Providence is such a great city to visit, such a great city to walk around. So that's going to be on the list.
I am taking off to Alaska.
Oh my goodness.
Next week.
That's amazing.
For 2 weeks.
That is amazing. Why Alaska?
I'm going with my mom, and it's one on her bucket list.
Mm-hmm.
And she's out in California, and a lot of people cruise in Alaska, so we're gonna do a land tour and cruising. So it's an easy thing to do with mom and the grandkids. So we're going out there. Seems like you gave me some good advice, right? About Alaska.
Well, I was actually just concerned when you mentioned earlier that I'm concerned because I just know that they have giant mosquitoes.
I've been warned.
You could sort of charter a flight on a mosquito because that's how big they are. But it sounds like you're definitely going to be there during the 2 warmest weeks of the year, maybe, because Alaska isn't, it's Alaska. It's not a tropical destination.
Well, warm will be 60s. And also, so I was explaining to my 15-year-old what we're doing next week, and he was horrified by our plans because it's like a 12-hour flight to Anchorage,
right?
And then once we get off, we stay at a hotel, and then we have to get on a train, and then it's like a 7-hour train to Denali.
Wow.
And then
okay, so it is a planes, trains, and automobiles.
It is, and then we have to get back, and then we get on a boat for a week. We go from Anchorage to Vancouver. Surprisingly, I know a lot of people who are going to Alaska this summer. And so the other thing, it's going to be raining almost all the time.
Yay!
So I spent my weekend buying waterproof rain jackets.
Yeah.
And so he's like, Mom, this sounds like a horrible trip. Why are we doing this?
That's the spirit. Hey, give us a call, 877-301-8970, or shoot us a text. We want a midsummer check-in. Oh, interesting. So Mary on YouTube is saying, how do you figure that we're halfway through summer? It began June 22nd, about 3 weeks ago. We have over 2 more months of summer to go. Oh, I see, Mary. You are not going by the public school schedule. You are going by, we're talking equinox and solstices. So, okay, Mary, fine. To be fair, you're right. Summer does not technically end until September 22nd, right?
Yes.
So, okay, yeah, we have got 2 more months of summer, but realistically, we all, I think for many of us who have kids, it's okay. Once Labor Day rolls around, that's it.
Actually, before Labor Day, school
yes. Okay,
starting before Labor Day.
Jeez, you're bumming me out.
So call or text 877-301-8970. Midsummer check-in. How are you surviving with the kiddos this year? We're halfway through the summer vacation season, we'll say.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Well, actually, Mike from Scituate has a great suggestion. Take the ferry to Peddix Island.
Oh,
is that the ferry from Hingham, from the shipyard? I wonder. I'm going to have to look that up.
Well, it's the Harbor Islands. The Harbor Islands are amazing.
They are, yes. I love Spectacle Island. That's
right. And then also another texter, someone else recommended that the commuter rail is free on Fridays all summer long.
Ooh, that's right.
It's a great day to come into
Hot
the city.
tip. Okay.
I love that. And then Adam texts, I used to do the day camp at the Dot House, which had terrible prepackaged lunches. Castle Island is always a good day trip with the kids. Lots of action over there.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have our first caller.
Hey, Mujgan?
Mujgan from Weston. Is that right?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling. So what do you got going on?
Yes. 2 things I wanted to mention.
Uh-oh. You're breaking up. 2 things you wanted to mention. Uh-oh.
Yes. Not traveling during summer anymore. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Keep going.
Yeah, so I realize it's the most beautiful time of the year around here. And we went to Paris and we were dying of heat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And we came back. I was like, what were we thinking? It's beautiful here. The weather, the breeze. It's gorgeous. The flowers, the blue flowers everywhere. So I told my boys, I said, when it gets cold, it's freezing in here, we'll travel. No more summer travel. No more suffering in heat somewhere else.
Yeah. Suffer at home. If the heat hits anyway.
Exactly. Enjoy your backyard. And for the camp thing, I signed up my boys for camp this year to go to Dexter Southfield, and they are loving it.
Oh, that's
and
great.
You mentioned that when your kids come home and they're exhausted. They are exhausted, but in a good way. At the same time, I feel guilty, they're in a camp every day, and it's summer. And weekend comes, and they're home, they're twins, and they're fighting. I'm like, Jesus, Monday, please, Monday. I can't wait for them to go.
Hey, you know what? Both things can be true, but you should definitely enjoy it. So this is an overnight camp. Is that correct? They're coming home every day.
No,
it's a day camp.
No, I'm one of those parents. My parents never, ever let us, have sleepover anywhere, and they were overprotective, and I'm appreciative of that. And I will never do that for my kids. I will be
forever.
scared, like what's happening to them.
Right.
But Mujo, that's one of the big debates in my household right now. I would love my kids to go to overnight camp, but they refuse. And they say, no, Mom, are you trying to get rid of us? Why do you want us to
why
be overnight?
do you want them to go?
I do want them to go. I think the independence is good. I think it's for them to get out of the house. I also seen the impact on other parents when both of their kids are away for a couple weeks. It's great. It is party time for the parents.
Absolutely. So, whenever I hear parents say, my kids are gone for a week, I'm like, wow. I don't even know what that would, what would I do at that time? That sounds amazing.
Let's hear from Marilyn in Braintree.
Hi, Marilyn.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I wanted to share with you a trip that I used to when I worked in travel years ago. I would portray Abigail Adams, and I would meet a coach or a bus, if you will, and say we were going on a trip back in history. We called it a mystery ride. And you start off at the National Park Service office in Quincy, where you can get free parking.
Okay.
And they have a little trolley that will take you to the with both John and John Quincy. And then after you've gone through those, the trolley comes and picks you up, takes you to the mansion. The mansion was dedicated to the National Park Service by the Addams family, so their original memorabilia is still there, including the chair that John died in on the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, I didn't know he died on the 50th anniversary of. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. He talk about
did
timing.
Thomas Jefferson.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
What a couple of show-offs. No, that's amazing.
No, one didn't call the other.
Marilyn, that's such a great. I was actually just thinking about this. I live in Milton, so I'm very close to Quincy. And I was actually over July 4th. I was thinking, I've been watching all these documentaries
Right.
About the 250th. And I was thinking, I actually should take my
I
kids
actually had the same
to
thought,
John
too.
Adams.
Yes.
I should actually, it's so close. I know there's a, some kind of presidential, I don't know if it's not quite a museum, but there's a house,
It's
right?
the birthplace.
Yeah, it's a birthplace. There's a lot of, it's right in their backyard.
And Marilyn, am I correct? Sorry, did you say that you dressed up as Abigail Adams before you would? Is that what you said?
Yes, what I did when I worked in travel, we would have a trip that we called a mystery trip.
Oh, I love that.
And so, and local groups would, when they wanted to do something different, the coach we call them coaches, not buses. And we would go to, they would pick me up, and I would say I would take them on a trip back in history. And
I love that.
So we started off, as I said, but the neat part, especially for kids, is the last part of it is the Church of the Presidents is where both John and John Quincy and their wives are in the crypt in the basement, and the kids just love the idea of the crypt.
I mean, it is convenient. It's a one-stop shop when you think about it.
It is, and Quincy has so much history.
It really does. Thank you so much for the call, Marilyn. And you know what? I actually have a Founding Fathers wig, so maybe I'll just wear that when I go to the Adams Museum.
So listeners are giving me really great advice on my trip to Alaska. Someone said most important item for your trip, your Alaska adventure, is a good lightweight waterproof binoculars just to see all the wildlife there, the whales, the eagles, the bears. I do have binoculars. I don't know if it's waterproof.
I mean, aren't they all kind of waterproof?
I don't know. I got to research that. And then Connie from Natick recommends, for me, summer starts Kentucky Derby evening. It's warm enough and light enough to barbecue every night. That is true. And also she recommends I wear compression stockings for the 12-hour flight. Thank you, Connie, for reminding me that I actually do have compression stockings. I should pack them.
Yeah, no, good call. Good call. This is all great advice. Andy in Boston has a day trip idea. He says the Paper House in Pigeon Cove near Rockport. And then Rockport or out to Salem for witch tours before the Halloween rush.
That's a good idea.
Which is great because that's also, you know what? Rockport is also where Widow's Bay was filmed, which is like my new favorite show of all time. And Jamie in the control room says he's taking the ferry over to Widow's Bay. I may never return. Oh man, that show, I could talk about that show forever. But we do have another caller on the line, Faith from North Andover. Hi, Faith.
Hi, ladies. How are you?
We're good.
How are you?
Great. So I have one son who lives in New Hampshire and has two very young children, and one son who lives in Oregon with a 10 and a 7-year-old who are in school all year, in camp all summer. So it's tricky to try to get the whole family together.
Yeah.
So this year I booked a family vacation in beautiful Wisconsin.
It's a good midpoint.
Yeah, a good midpoint. And I'll tell you, it was fabulous. The area is called the Dells. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have heard of them. The Wisconsin Dells, right?
Yeah, the Wisconsin Dells. I'm not kidding you. It's geared towards families. There's water parks everywhere. There's river cruises. Fabulous restaurants everywhere. So my friends here are like, you going where? Wisconsin? I'm like, yeah, that's where we're going. And we had a fantastic vacation. I would highly recommend the Dells, especially if you got kids in camp and you just got 1 week in the summer that you got to got to try to fill in.
I love that. That's a
Anyway,
great
so that
idea. So unexpected.
Was
Thank
it
you
was
for
it
the tip.
affordable? How
Yeah.
were the prices in the Midwest? They're okay?
The prices were okay in the Midwest. The house a VRBO that I rented was very expensive, but it was very worth it because it had a theater with 11 big leather chairs
Wow.
in it that reclined. It had a arcade room with arcade machines, a football, air hockey,
Oh, wow.
puzzles and games and hot tub.
That place
and
was lit.
fire pit. So it was unbelievable. It was something for everybody, and we took full of that.
Well,
the whole
Thank you all. This is great. Thank you so much. So many great tips and tricks.
Thanks. Thanks, Faith. Do we have, are we waiting for more people?
No, that's it. The show is over, my friend. Thanks for listening to another edition of BPR.
Yes, keep on with us at 24/7 by way of our podcast, or check out our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio. Tune in tomorrow. Jim and Marjorie are back, and they'll be live at the BPL speaking with CNN's John King, Boston Medical Center's Dr. Gergen Barnett, and Vicki Jackson on end-of-life care. A check-in on the efforts to make Boston Harbor cleaner with Boston's Chief Climate Officer Brian Sweat and the directors of UMass Boston's Stone Living Lab, plus the Boston Landmarks Orchestra music director Christopher Wilkins ahead of their 25th anniversary season starting Wednesday night at the Hat Shell. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, and Ariana Gonzalez. Our stream team today is Maddie Geiger and Bill Francis. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Our executive producer is Jamie Bologna. Stay tuned to the Curiosity Desk starting immediately after us on 89.7 GBH. Edgar B. Herwick III with a special hour all about plants, from fostering tree canopies to how to make music from plants. And the Culture Show, Henry Santora is in for Jared starting at 2. I'm Shirley Leung.
And I'm Christina Quinn. Hope you can tune in again tomorrow. Bye.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you
and the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org.
And the Boston Speakers Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings, including Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, it's our special, first-of-its-kind, impossible Curiosity Desk, a plant-based special hour dedicated to plants and all sorts of verdant curiosities. First up, tree canopies. They're an easy, sustainable way to cool a city in the hot summer months. Greater Boston's made strides in boosting the number of trees, but there's still room to grow. We'll chat with folks from the North American Indian Center of Boston. Then plant wearables. Don't worry, no one's strapping a whoop on asparagus, but it's actually not that far off. There's new research out of Tufts, plant sensors, to help farmers better manage crop conditions. Lastly, we'll chat with a guy who's made a career in biodata sonification. In other words, this guy makes music with the electrical currents in plants. That's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Department of Defense says another service member has been killed in the war with Iran, and it has identified 2 other casualties of an Iranian attack in Jordan Friday. We We have more from NPR's Jana Raff.
Central Command says a service member was killed in a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. And the Pentagon announced the names of 2 military personnel killed in an Iranian missile strike Friday on an airbase in Jordan. It said they were First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25, of Eva Beach, Hawaii. Private Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas, died a day later. She was 19. Both were with Air Defense Artillery regiments. The U.S. military says 17 service people have now been killed in the war with Iran. Iran says about 3,000 Iranians have been killed, many of them civilians. Jane Araf, NPR News, Amman.
As the U.S. war with Iran escalates, the impact on energy is noticeable, with gas prices going back up. AAA says on average, people are once again paying more than $4 for a gallon of regular gasoline. The source of the rapidly expanding cyclospora outbreaks in multiple states remain murky after regulators reviewed and retracted a previous test tracing the parasite to lettuce grown by one company. We have the latest from NPR's Yuki Noguchi.
The Food and Drug Administration and other investigators have been trying to trace the possible source of cyclospora. The diarrhea-causing disease is linked to 94 hospitalizations and 1,600 confirmed cases, plus thousands of suspected ones across 34 states. Late last week, Taylor Farms recalled iceberg lettuce grown and processed in Mexico, including from Taco Bell and Walmart stores. The FDA still tells consumers to avoid the product, though the agency has retracted its initial test results, calling the finding a false positive. The pathogen can be challenging to trace with its weeks-long incubation period. Yuki Noguchi, NPR News.
The Spanish men's soccer team have returned home heroes after they dethroned Argentina 1-0 to win the FIFA World Cup title. Today, the players were greeted by massive crowds gathered in Madrid, including around the Prime Minister's official residence. Spain's victory was the second for the country since 2010. Second Lady Usha Vance and Vice President J.D. Vance welcomed a baby boy yesterday, first child to be born to a sitting vice president in more than 150 years. U.S. stocks are mixed this hour. The Dow's down more than 100 points. It's NPR News.
Good afternoon with the latest from the GBH newsroom in Boston. I'm Craig Lamolt. The MBTA is shutting down a big chunk of the Red Line tomorrow. As GBH's Jeremy Siegel reports, the closure between Alewife and Park Street will last for 10 days straight.
While the shutdown's in effect, the T will offer free shuttle buses at all 8 stops affected by the closure, as well as an express shuttle between Harvard Square and South Station. With thousands of people expected to be off of trains and onto buses, transit officials are warning of major delays, saying it could take more than an hour to get from Park Street to Alewife and vice versa. The T will use the closure to improve tracks, upgrade signals, and replace concrete slabs that reduce noise. Regular service is set to resume Friday, July 31st. Jeremy Siegel, GBH News.
It's the time of year again when mosquito-borne illnesses are a big concern. Andrew Chin of Outer Cape Health Services tells us West Nile virus and the less common Eastern equine encephalitis can be serious illnesses.
If you get a mosquito bite and in the next, 6 days, 7 days, you start to develop a fever without a clear cause, especially if it starts to be associated with headaches, neck aches, confusion, changes in motor function. Those are much, much more concerning signs for an infection of the central nervous system, like we can see with both EEE and West Nile virus.
Chin says if you have those symptoms, seek medical attention right away. The best prevention is to avoid mosquito bites. Today's sunny with highs in the low 80s, going down to the 60s overnight, and tomorrow some showers and maybe some thunderstorms in the evening. This is GBH.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance, where drivers can bundle and customize their home and auto insurance in one place with the goal of protecting what matters most. Coverage options at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We're streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, this is our Impossible Curiosity Desk, a plant-based special hour all about plants and plant-related curiosities. First up, in March, the city of Boston released data on the city's tree canopy. In plain terms, that's a measurement of how much the city is covered by trees. Assessment, we've made huge gains in tree coverage, 151 new acres of canopy over a 5-year period from 2019 to 2024. But there's always a catch, and the catch in this story is that the growth, pun intended, was not seen equally across all neighborhoods. For example, in communities like Hyde Park and Mattapan, the city actually saw a net loss in its tree canopy. You know, when you walk around the city, you've likely noticed this. Some parts of your walk feel light and airy. Others, you feel like you could just melt into the curb. Now, cities and towns across the region have tried to address this problem in a variety of ways with different incentives. Somerville, for example, most recently offered resident grants to depave and plant trees. One question, are these programs designed in a way that would allow everyone to enjoy the shade and benefits that come from a city tree? With me now to talk about that and more from the North American Indian Center of Boston, where they've been advocating for more trees, not just for us, but for our animal and insect neighbors as well. President of the board, Jean-Luc Pierite, and Environmental Justice Fellow, Lux Trevelyan. Lux, Jean-Luc, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Oh, thank you for having us.
Pleasure to be here.
For folks who don't know exactly, I mean, the name I think suggests what it is, but what is the depave? What is depaving? What's the depaving movement?
So this movement, the depaving movement locally, you know, we at least have like 15 years of local history within Somerville, but you know, depaving doesn't just mean, you know, ripping out concrete and laying down the grass. Mm-hmm. What it means is a community coming together for local residents who are wanting to contribute to the overall public health of their city, of their neighborhood. So it is very much, you know, in terms of like a movement. We're talking about community organizing that has to go into it, and having the people that are willing to be a part of the solution for a greener ecosystem.
We're also thinking about the potential that is created by the process of removing this barrier between us and the land that we live on. And that also creates opportunities to think more deeply about the history of that land and the traditional caretakers of that land, including our indigenous communities who still care for this land and have ancient and aboriginal rights to care for, harvest from, hunt, and fish on this land. So it's very important to understand the government-to-government relationships that need to be honored within our process of reimagining the urban landscape.
So let's start with tree canopy. Is it as simple as tree canopy is simply how many trees are in a neighborhood or in a city? Is that the way to think of it, or is there a little bit more sort of something granular in it?
You know, when we're talking about tree canopy, when we're talking about depaving and greening spaces and things like that, we're not just talking about, you know, ripping up concrete and then laying down grass, laying down whichever tree we would think looks good there. But really thinking about, you know, the tree itself as a relative that we're welcoming into the local ecosystem and all of those benefits that are there. And then we go beyond that and then talk about, you know, what are the public health impacts? We're actually working at North American Indian Center of Boston right now on some air quality monitoring, trying to make some headway in terms of respiratory illnesses and things like that inside of the house. But, you know, also that tree canopy is a factor in terms of like clean air quality outside coming inside and then impacting the public health of indigenous peoples that live within urban settings. So yeah, there's so many different things that we consider when we're thinking about, you know, all of these issues, but it really kind of requires that holistic approach.
How do you put, you know, the philosophy of that holistic approach into practical terms when we're looking at doing that? What are the considerations that we're thinking about when we think about how to execute on these kinds of things?
Has to start with community engagement and long-term care plans. So we've been thinking a lot about urban indigenous workforce development through urban arborist trainings. We've also been thinking about what it means to bring indigenous peoples into the room when we're planning these greening processes and we're designing which species will be brought welcome home into these depaved properties. So it's very important to think about which species will be sheltered by these plants, which relatives like our hawks will be supported by the songbirds that are able to feed on the berries and grasses that we're planting. It's very important for us to think holistically by bringing indigenous people into the conversation early and consistently and committing to long-term care plans that support the workforce development in these communities.
I want to talk about the long-term care program part of it in a little bit, but let's stay on the species. What are some of the species around here that we're thinking about, whether it be trees or whether it be, birds and insects that we're talking about? When we think about this entire ecosystem, what are some of the trees? What are some of the animals?
So what we're doing over at NACOB is that we have our urban forestry initiative. We're bringing in volunteers, and we're actually co-developing pollinator gardens. So when we're talking about bees coming into the ecosystem and proliferating, when we're talking about as Lux was saying, the hawks and the songbirds, all of these different things, we have to kind of like make those critical choices in terms of like not just what are native species that we know of from reading textbooks or stuff like that, but we're actually engaging with people from local tribes that have a history of stewarding this local ecosystem, and so then they're able to then show that sort of like chain of relationality between the birds, between the trees, between the different plants, and all of our little furkin that's out there, the rabbits, and even the coyotes as well.
Jean-Luc, what's an example of a species, can you tell the story of a species that has cultural relevance for indigenous communities in this area?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that that folks are really excited about are maples. Because of all of the calendar of it, and it just sort of like the planting, but then also the tapping that happens, the making of not just syrups but medicines and things like that. There's a whole sort of like there's an arc of like how you build connections with specific trees, not just thinking about trees as like something that is mechanically there to like be the oxygen generator or to give us the saps and the fruits and all of that. A lot of the time that when we're talking about this, folks will have their memories jogged to works like Braiding Sweetgrass and the Serviceberry by Dr. Wal Kimmerer. And we say, of course, that's very critical. But it takes for us to have a sort of like cultural shift in terms of like not commodifying nature and not commodifying space, but actually thinking about what is my positionality within the space and what is my connection with all of these more than human relatives.
Well, we mentioned Somerville's grant program. Lux, what's your reaction to that program? What do you make of a program like that? Is that a step in the right direction, what Somerville's doing with this grant money for depaving?
Absolutely. I think we're very impressed by the work that has gone into over 15 years of advocacy for depaving programs. Any step towards depaving and expanding the green spaces within our city is an important one. We also view it as an opportunity to think more deeply about what environmental justice means for communities that are not seeing the growth in tree canopy currently, and also the indigenous communities that historically and currently do not have access to these green spaces in the ways that they traditionally should, and in the ways that they are obligated to be allowed to through things such as the ancient and aboriginal claims to this land. So we view these depaving programs as an opportunity to think more deeply and to create connections with indigenous communities. This is a beginning, not an end to those connections and those relationships. And we think that there's strong possibilities for further engagement and the obligations that municipalities have towards stronger and more principled relationships with the government-to-government nations.
Yeah. And I think that it's really important. We talked about Boston releasing their numbers in terms of tree canopy, but there are many layers to the map that we have to consider. Not just like where trees are placed, but thinking about those neighborhoods that don't have adequate tree canopies. Historically, are they economically disadvantaged? Are they part of environmental justice communities that are being mapped on a state level? And then, what are those, ancestral and cultural ties to local tribes that could then be a catalyst for those broader communications in terms of like good relationships between the tribes and municipalities?
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Jean-Luc Pierite and Lux Trevelyan about tree canopies. Well, let's talk about the long-term care. It's one thing to plant a tree. It's one thing to put something into the ground. But then it needs to be fostered. It needs to be kept alive, especially early on in its life cycle. What does the care plan look like? And are we doing as well with developing care plans as we are with at least starting to do things like depave and incentivize planting?
I spent some time over at MIT teaching in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning. And, one of the things that our students are really interested in is how do we get to the community? How do we take all of this knowledge outside of the institution and apply it? So I think that, having that long-term care perspective is something that will foster those types of opportunities.
Being able to prioritize urban indigenous relatives in all aspects of employment and planning processes such as this one really requires you to make that cognitive shift, to make that long-term planning assessment of how do we think about generations to come and how do we foster the leadership in our youth of all kinds, of all communities, but particularly in relationship to indigenous communities that are here, that have always been here, and that remain the stewards of this land. So how do we empower people to gain the skills that they need and gain the access that they need, the legal access in some cases, which is controlled by municipalities? How do we create comprehensive plans that allow people to reach their full potential in that capacity and become leaders that can help with this cultural shift?
I mean, how do you take steps toward this big cultural shift that you're talking about? I mean, it seems to me you've got to be working on a couple of fronts. As you point out, there's the municipalities who are dealing with any number of things that are on their plate and budget issues and what have you, right? So they're trying to, even if they're in good faith saying, hey, we want to take a step in this direction, there are a lot of challenges for them. And Jean-Luc, you point out, just one of our populations being students who may be somewhat transient, may only be here for some time. I guess, pun not intended, but how do you plant seeds to sort of inspire this cultural shift, this change of thinking?
Well, one of those seeds that NACOP has been part of planting is in the development of the Supporting Indigenous Communities position at the City of Boston. So there is a position for someone to actually intentionally liaise between the city and Indigenous peoples, local tribes. Consultation doesn't just mean I have one conversation with you, right? And then move on.
Sure.
Planting a tree does not just mean you just stick something in the ground and move on. But it's never a set it and forget it thing. It's just, you have the people that you have. We're here at this time. How can we move this a little bit forward?
It's also an issue of framing, I think, for these budgetary concerns that you're raising.
Go on.
Often we speak about nature-based solutions, such as depaving, which, is a framing that is sort of foreign to the indigenous understanding of bringing relatives back home. There's a lot of types of solutions we need to be addressing, and this is just an opening for many more. But it's most important to think about this in the context of the types of jobs and the types of leaders that we want to have in the society we are trying to build, right? So it's not a cost that the city is bearing to be training people and creating positions where folks are able to care for their communities, including the plants and animals that thrive in those communities. It creates a much deeper sense of belonging and responsibility to your community to be able to care for a tree long term, to think in the span of decades, rather than understanding it as an increased cost compared to gray infrastructure. Green infrastructure is creating opportunities for us to not only think about the history of this land and its future, but also create stronger connections to indigenous communities and allow people to think deeply about remaining in place and improving the places where they are.
How do you grade, the cities and towns in this area in terms of, have they made a start? Are we making progress? Are we moving toward the world that you two see in your minds?
If you go back into the history of the depaving movement in Somerville, it actually goes back to at least 2010. When folks were trying to find a solution to flooding within the area because of all of the different paved surfaces that were keeping the earth where the water would actually go back into. There was no access for that, and so that's how the depaving movement actually came about. And so as we're faced with more extreme weather, heavier storms, flash floods, and things like this. Yes, it's not just about cooling the environment so that we can kind of keep on living the way that we're living, but it's about, having that coastal community climate resiliency that comes with being able to respond to like all these floods, extreme heat, whatever the conditions are. This is something that folks have been working on for decades. So you don't have to move the mountain.
Yeah.
There's just a little bit of dirt that you might need to kick while you're engaging.
And what do you think folks who are listening here, I mean, you just mentioned, Jean-Luc, the idea that, for some people listening right now, this is new to them. What do you want them to take away here? What do you want them to know? The people who are living and working and playing around here, what should they know?
Signal boost, some things that are going on over at NACOP. We do have volunteer days where people can come out and be hands-on with our urban garden as we're kind of like not just I feel like it's a bit of like indigenizing the landscape that we have, like with all of the different plants that we're working with and things like that. So as there are opportunities to jump in and help your neighbors, I would absolutely encourage doing those types of things.
All right, stuff you can do. Our thanks from the North American Indian Center of Boston, President of the Board Jean-Luc Pierite, and Environmental Justice Fellow Lux Trevelyan. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, another way we can commune with nature, plant wearables. Yep, just like a Fitbit for your tomato plant to find out its sleep score. Well, maybe not, but we'll let a researcher at Tufts explain what it actually is. This is the Curiosity Desk. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, Teddy Roosevelt charged through life and changed the American landscape. In I Am Teddy Roosevelt, best-selling author Brad Meltzer introduces young readers to the conservationist president who believed public service meant protecting people and the natural world. From the White House to 5 national parks and 150 national forests, Meltzer traces the making of a leader whose environmental legacy surrounds us. That and more on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org. And Roto-Rooter, providing plumbing, drain cleaning, and water cleanup services in North America since 1935. 24/7 emergency services available. Service information and scheduling can be found at rotorooter.com.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. You are listening to a special plant-based Curiosity Hour. Our thumbs are green, our minds are open, and our hearts are pure. Up next, it is a question that has vexed some of the brightest minds of our era. Why can we not just put a Fitbit on a tomato plant? we're kidding. Well, we're half kidding. Actually, I'm not sure that we're kidding at all, because there is new research out of Tufts that is turning plant wearables into a reality, which raises the obvious question, why? Well, if you think about it, it's not about counting steps or calories, but specialized plant-specific data would help farmers who wouldn't have to wait for their crops to tell them that something was amiss. With us to tell us more about plant wearables is Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Tufts and Senior Researcher on a project that's doing just this, Samir Sonkusale. Welcome, Samir. Thanks for joining us here today on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for having me.
So where did this idea come from? Have you, from the time you were born, thought to yourself, I will be the man to put wearables on a plant?
Not at all, Edgar, not that. This project actually started with the National Science Foundation. I want to give a plug-in for some fundamental research. They were very interested in studying nitrogen dynamics in the soil, which is trying to understand how soil captures atmospheric nitrogen. During that time, we were very interested in studying how plants respond to climate stress. And that got us going into, well, let's see what are the current techniques to monitor plant health. And what we found was most of us were looking at either soil or using satellite data, but not plants themselves.
So you're kind of looking below them, you're looking above them, but you're not looking right there where they are.
That's right. So we want to see if plants give out signals that we can use to get more precision information about their health.
Okay. And so how does it work? What kind of sensors did you come up with? And is it accurate to think of them as wearables? Is it literally like some sort of band or something that you're putting on the actual plant?
Yes, exactly. So what we have is a tattoo that we put on the plant's leaf.
A tattoo?
Yes, literally. It's a tattoo, just like we have on the body. It's better than a Fitbit, actually. It's a tattoo. It goes on a leaf. And it actually measures things like relative humidity, transpiration of the plants, how they're breathing, temperature. And it actually, the amazing thing about these sensors are they power themselves. So you see, you're not really using a battery to power them also.
So what are you using, like solar panels? Or
No, actually, the amazing thing is the materials that we use for sensors themselves are very catalytically active, which means that they actually harvest power from moisture themselves.
What?
So literally the things that we are trying to sense generates a voltage output. It's not a lot of power. You can't power like wireless communication or really complicated electronics, but it's just enough for you to send data intermittently to a central base station to tell you what's going on. And that's enough in most cases when you're trying to monitor plant health.
Wow. So, all right. So what is you sort of talked a little bit about it, but specifically, what is the data that you're monitoring, and what does that tell you about the health of the plant at any given moment?
That's a great question. So what we are doing right now is monitoring something called vapor pressure deficit, which is basically telling you how drought stressed the plants are. So if you're thinking about how to water my plants in an optimal way, this is one way of finding out whether the plant is experiencing any kind of drought stress or salinity stress. Your pH in the soil is not right. Tomorrow we can make tattoos that can monitor more of the chemical aspects of what the plants are. But today we have the ability to monitor vapor pressure deficit. So what we did was we had these tomato plants and bell pepper plants with these tattoos, and we monitored how their VPD, vapor pressure deficit, fluctuated over time. So it's literally real-time monitoring, like a Fitbit would provide you a real-time heart rate.
Interesting. And is this the first time we have that kind of granular data in real time specifically?
Yes, correct. So people have been monitoring them in the soil, which is every once in a while, but this is the first time where we have monitored days on end data from the plant.
So is the idea here, it sounds like to a certain extent you're just at the starting point, and I'm sort of extrapolating here, but it sounds like what you could possibly do then is get a sense of what healthy conditions should look like over time, to be able to say, this is baseline. We know when we have this series of things over this many weeks, we're going to get a good output, we're going to get a good crop, we're going to get a healthy crop. Is that kind of where we're at?
You got that right on. So that's basically the plan. The plan is to do precision agriculture. With climate change, you really cannot predict your weather anymore. At some point in the past, we would have information handed down to us, knowing when to plant, when to put fertilizer in, when to put water into the plants. But because of all this fluctuation in temperature and in climate change, you have to be more precise about when you want to do this. So with that information about knowing what's happening to the plants, okay, now is the time to fertilize because this is a growing season. This much I need to fertilize because I don't need to put so much fertilizer in the soil. I just need a little bit. So you can be much more accurate about your, how much you fertilize the plants by themselves.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Samir Sonkusale about plant wearables. What is the method by which you get the data back? So, as you say, you have these wearables, these tattoos that are on the tomato plants, and it's being powered by the moisture. And then what? It sends the data to your phone, to a computer? Like, how are you actually getting the readout? Or do you have to go look at the tattoo and, write it down?
No, so that's correct. So we transmit the data wirelessly. So these tattoos that I was mentioning, they harvest moisture to generate power. Essentially, basically what they do is they take this water that is coming in contact with the substrate and literally dissociates them into different ions. And you harvest those ions to power themselves. Once you have power, you can have a little electronics module that is sitting right next to the tattoo that actually takes that. Whenever the power is enough, it will actually send that data over the air to a central base station. So you can continuously monitor without being close to the plants.
So this is where we are today. You mentioned earlier where we're hoping to go to tomorrow. Paint me the picture of where you imagine this technology is going. You've already said you want it to be able to measure more things, maybe some of them, a little bit more granular makeup of the soil or what have you. But who's using this and where? I mean, is this something that I'm going to be able to put in my tomatoes in the backyard, or is this for large-scale agriculture projects? Who is this for, and who's going to use this?
That's a great question, Edgar. So what we are thinking the utility for this is for large scale farms, even small farms that is basically want to optimize their treatments to reduce cost, right? So also to reduce the environmental impact. Now imagine the future where you can monitor what is called the NPK, the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium levels in the plant, which is the nutrients the plants take to grow. Now, if you over-fertilize, you have runoff, and that can pollute waters, and you have these algae blooms. If you do not fertilize enough, the plants won't grow, and you won't get a crop.
Yep.
So if you have a tattoo on the plant that can measure exactly how much plants are uptaking from the soil, not in the soil, but what the plants see in real life, you can then decide when to fertilize. So you can optimize your treatment, you can reduce environmental runoffs, and be basically a good steward of the environment at the same time.
Now, you've mentioned tomatoes, you've mentioned peppers, other plants that this is for. I mean, what about even trees?
You got that right. So we have a project ongoing where we now have on oaks and maples and grasses, and we have tested this across many different plants. So you can think of monitoring the monitoring forests, monitoring habitats with some of these sensors. These are extremely low cost. They're disposable. They're environmentally friendly. You're not polluting the environment with a battery on them. So you can essentially use them for whatever scientific exploration you have in mind using some of these sensors.
Do you have the best tomatoes of anybody in your neighborhood? Are you growing tomatoes in your backyard with this sensor, and every time you show up to a party, you're like, I have these delicious tomatoes, and people are like, how are you growing these amazing tomatoes?
I wish I could claim that. I have to say I'm a technology. I don't think I'm great with plants.
Really? You're not? You're not a gardener yourself?
Not my students and my postdocs and the researchers who do the work. They are excellent gardeners, and they can get really high quality crops. But I can tell you one thing, right? When you choose to optimize, you definitely see that the information that you're getting from the plants really tell you. You're literally talking to the plants on a real-time basis. They're basically telling you how much water I received today, how much water I received yesterday, and you are very mindful about what's happening, right? So when we talk about having conversation with the plant, this is actually something that I feel like it's happening with these sensors.
You look like you're lighting up a bit when you're talking about it. Is it that such a satisfying feeling, this idea that wow, I'm talking to plants in a way that people couldn't do before?
Exactly, right? So you are getting so much information from them. Plants as entity that are around us, to be able to talk to them, to be able to understand what they see, what they feel, is a great feeling.
All right, we've been speaking with Samir Sonkusale, professor of electrical and computer engineering at Tufts. Thank you so much for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you for having me, Edgar.
Up next, from Fitbits to biorhythms, one local sound designers tapped into the plant realm for musical inspiration. This is a special plant-based hour of the Curiosity Desk. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Stay with us.
I'm Arun Roth. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, Boston advances a major project aimed at protecting the city from rising seas and coastal flooding. And a 10-day red line shutdown is about to disrupt thousands of commuters. We'll tell you what you need to know. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org. And Harvard Business School Baker Library, featuring an exhibit on Muriel Siebert, the first woman to buy a seat on the New York Stock Exchange, open to the public. Details at library.hbs.edu.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. It is our Impossible Curiosity Desk, a special plant-based hour all about plants and plant-related curiosities. Well, we opened our show talking about tree canopies, and we're going to close it doing the same, except now we're not just talking about them, we are listening to them. What you are hearing behind me right now is a white oak tree out in New York's Hudson Valley. So that sound, it is captured by biodata sonification. That is the process of turning biological data into sound. Now, the guy who engineered this piece behind it is sound designer Skooby Laposky, and he spends his days turning the quiet, invisible activity of plants, such as photosynthesis, into music, and so much more than that. Skooby, thanks for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, biodata sonification. So is this like your term? Is this a thing that other people do? What is it?
It's no, it's not my term. I always like to give I guess the most popular popular knowledge of what biodata sonification is using a Geiger counter. So everyone knows what a Geiger counter is to measure radiation levels.
Sure, with the clicks.
Yeah, you've seen it in like there was like exactly like that. It was like that great show on the Chernobyl disaster.
Yeah, Chernobyl.
And they're using the Geiger counters,
Totally.
and it's like just the increase in like the clicking. It just increases that tension. You're like, oh, the radiation levels are crazy. So that's kind of like what I always give as like a kind of prime example. So you're taking the radiation
level.
Level. And then when you hear like the space between the clicks, and also I guess the intensity increase, then okay, there's a lot more radiation here. So yeah, it's been around for a while, but now with open source coding, Arduinos, microcontrollers, Raspberry Pis, I guess really like the internet, people are sharing their ideas of like how to sonify different things. So I feel like in the last 10 years, maybe even 5 years, it's really kind of exploded a bit. And then other artists are really interested in like taking sets of data and then turning them into listening experiences.
So how did you personally get into this?
So I've been a sound designer for a few decades now. And I was, kind of following the traditional sound design route, like working.
Which is what, for people who don't know?
Yeah, so sound design, like creating and mixing all the sounds that help support a narrative, like a story. It could be nature sounds, it could be industrial sounds. So I did that for years. And then also my favorite was creating sounds for stories that, things that aren't possible in real life,
Such as?
Like science fiction, like what's the sound of like a spaceship that has like, I don't know, 100 engines or something like that.
Right.
Like how do you
got to kind of invent it.
Yeah, you kind of got to conceive of it, maybe know a little bit of physics, but also really just kind of exploring and seeing like what does that sound like, and then kind of like what the framework around the story is too. So, doing that for years, was always looking for tools to kind of help, support the workflow, I guess. And then I learned about the biodata sonification, in particular, like this kind of plant music device, through a Kickstarter campaign, probably 12 years ago.
That's about the era of Kickstarter, right? It had that brief moment where like all this cool stuff was like, oh my God, there's Kickstarter.
Yeah, and then I saw that, and like this small group, like Artist Collective in Philadelphia, had been using this device, and they were trying to get it to more people. So I actually decided to get the final product, and it's always with Kickstarter, what they promise is not what is usually delivered.
Yeah.
And so the final version came in like a little laser cut cardboard enclosure, and it just wasn't what I was imagining.
Yeah.
So they were great, and they let me send it back, and then I decided like, maybe I can just make my own enclosure. And so they sent me the developer's kit, and then that was like the best thing to happen, because then I had to build it myself, learn how the circuit worked, and also...
Did you know all that stuff? I mean, did you already have that kind of aptitude?
Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I would build circuits from like Radio Shack, and I was always taking apart a radio to see like how it works, and so that, I hadn't soldered for probably, I don't know, 15, 20 years, and so when I got the baggie of components, I was like, oh, okay.
Well, you mentioned that you have brought your tools with you up to and including a plant that you've brought in the studio here. So let's get a little demo. Like, walk us through how this works and what's happening and how it's working. So I'm looking across the desk right here, folks at Skooby. I see, what kind of plant is that? Looks like a house plant of some sort.
Yeah, so this is a bromeliad, and I saw this at the plant store, and I just like the center of it. It kind of has like a cup, and that's actually where you water the plant. But people who aren't familiar with that plant, this like the leaves kind of sprout out from the center.
Looks like a fountain of some sort, like a fountain of leaves.
Exactly. And then they naturally have this kind of fuchsia color. When I first saw it, I thought, is that like a design choice? Like somebody just like
painted that on?
Yeah, like kind of hit it with a little like Rust-Oleum. But then I was like, okay, no, this is just like how, plants are amazing, right? They can do all kinds of things. So this just naturally grows that way. But I like that once I found out that you water it with just the cup, you don't water the soil. I thought like, okay, that's probably where I can like connect the electrodes for the system. Because water is a big factor in what kind of drives what is generated. So plants that are in a drought state or like have dry leaves produce very little electricity or not enough for the system to measure, and thus you don't
get a sound.
You don't get a sound. Yeah, you don't hear anything, or if you do, it might come a little burst with a lot of silence in between, which is an accurate reflection of the plant, but as a listening experience,
not quite as good.
Yeah. Like if people come to hear me, like come to a performance of mine, I try to
have some healthy plants.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone's healthy. So there is a kind of a steady stream of music. But yeah, I have like kind of a reduced setup today. I just have my laptop running a couple like virtual synths that receive the data, and then I have the device in front of me. So it's measuring the changes in the electrical activity in the leaves. Like you can use other parts of the plant.
Yeah.
Like the leaves seem to work the best because there is a lot of change there. So anytime there's change that's greater than kind of the baseline that you set in the device, then that registers as a new note. And the greater the change, the higher the note.
And what kind of electrical activity in a leaf? I think, if people are into plants, I think they kind of understand that is something that happens. But if you haven't really ever thought about it, I think you also might be like, wait a minute, there's electrical activity inside of a leaf. What?
Right. I mean, it's on I guess people probably know like the potato clock, I remember having one of those as a kid. So everything that's living, every cell that's alive is producing electricity or is capable of producing electricity. And then there are different amounts of electricity that are produced in a plant depending if it's photosynthesizing. A lot of defense mechanisms will trigger these fluctuations in electricity. So I have it set up so with whatever the level of activity is in the plant, there's a 2 to 3 octave range. I think today I have it set around 2 octaves. So within that range, whatever the plant is doing, that's the note range for the system. So the kind of framework for the way it works, I guess, where I come into play as the artist is setting the note range, and then the scale of what you're hearing, the scale of the music, and then the key as well.
Okay.
So
let's go back to the Geiger counter. What the Geiger counter is doing is it's got essentially one single sound, and and that's what it's limited to. And so if there's more radiation, you either get faster sounds or you get louder sounds, but it's all just that one click.
Yeah, it's the click.
You, as an artist, you're taking this information and you're defining some parameters where you say, okay, very little activity is going to be a low B, and very rigorous activity is going to be like a high F, and then wherever it is in between that, it's going to interpret it by like changing the pitch, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's spend some time with it right now. So you've got 2 little, basically looks like tiny little jumper cables that are like attached to the leaf.
They're like mini duckbill electrodes. Yeah, they kind of just look like a little duckbill. They kind of just sort of bite the leaf very gently, and then so between those 2 points, it's reading the amount of impedance between that. It's sending a tiny current through the 2 points, and if the plant is active, that rate of that travel becomes much easier, and so then you're getting like more measurements. So really, it's like hearing the rate of change is, I think, where it kind of sort of like paints the portrait of the plant, like its level of activity. So
let's hear it.
We'll see what we have here.
This is the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with Skooby Laposky about plant-based sound design. You're about to hear some live right now. This is what's the plant called?
Bromeliad.
Bromeliad plant. It's chilling.
So just from the years of doing it and listening, it's kind of pedaling like on the same notes.
Yeah.
So it's active, but it's sort of like
relaxed.
Yeah, like kind of like at a point of stasis where it's doing the same thing, just like repeatedly. Oh,
something's happening.
Yes.
I think the plant knows it's being interviewed right now. It's getting a little nervous. It's I'm in the studio.
Plants are like part of the interest for me in the project, just this idea, the plant's not moving, it's not like not like a creeping vine or like a Venus flytrap. It's a pretty like chill house plant, but on the cellular level, there's a lot happening.
Yeah.
So finding a way to kind of unlock that dynamism, that there's always something happening. It's probably, I feel like it probably knows that there are like two humans in here, like breathing, and there's always a breath.
It's getting stuff from us.
Yeah, it's receiving information, and I just read that great book, The Light Eaters, and it kind of opened my mind even more of like what plants are doing, especially like plant communication, plant intelligence, that they just seem to be taking in a lot more information in stimuli than I even thought. I know, like, of course, light, and I knew kind of about like chemical communication, but it just seems like they're always receiving information constantly, and like throughout their whole system, I guess.
Yeah. So you mentioned, that a big breakthrough in this work for you was when you started going out, taking out, and performing this. Where do you perform this? What do performances look like when you do this?
Sure. So my first performance, I got invited to perform in the courtyard of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum.
Not a bad gig.
That's pretty good for a first plant
good
music
debut.
gig. But there was like a sound art exhibition they were having, and they were looking for an artist, someone who was like kind of in between like a musical performance and sound art. And I was referred to them. And so I remember having several, I guess, orientations of like what plants are there and like, where I could step, which ones I could connect to, which I found was all fascinating. But they were looking for like kind of a long form performance. So I took, like the first device I built, took it out of the studio with, with some gear, like my modular synth and a couple other pieces of hardware, and then just connected to different plants through the evening. And they sounded very different than what like my plants at home. And I also just liked the idea that there was a way for me to kind of even remove myself even more. Like they weren't my plants under my care. I guess I was interested in like, is there a way to kind of represent, or capture this plant's moment in like a very like truthful way.
Yeah.
And so having less of myself in that kind of equation seemed to be the direction to do that.
You're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're with sound designer Skooby Laposky. We're talking about his work, making tunes with plants. Well, speaking of that, it's not always for... I mean, you also do recorded music with this. You've got this project, Palm Reading. I want to play a little bit right here. This is a sound from an album, a palm reading album that you did at Walden Pond. This is some carpet moss. Let's hear a little of this. Now here I hear your sound design background, because obviously you've got the plant thing going on here, but you are putting that in a soundscape. It's like one instrument in a series of instruments that are making up a soundscape. Tell us about this project.
Yeah, so Palm Reading started with a good friend of mine, Charles Copley. He's a Cambridge kid, based in LA now, and we had worked together on just like a lot of my commercial projects. He's a multi-instrumentalist, so if I needed like rock guitar on an underwear commercial, I'm like, hey, come in and let's fake some Kings of Leon. But Charlie is really adept, and I think one of his strongest qualities as an artist, he can listen, because this is not like, it's not the easiest thing to improvise in real time with plants and trees. Everything that you would hear, like Carpet Moss, the Walden recording, that's all in real time. So like once we hit record, whatever the plant's doing and whatever Charlie is playing at that moment, that's what was recorded and captured. There's like very little editing once we have the recordings back in the studio. So we went out there, I think 3 times that summer, and recorded, I'd say probably 6 to 9 hours of music, and then from that amount we went back, listened, and then selected probably I think like just under an hour's worth, like probably 45 minutes to an hour. I forget, but yeah, that was Carpet Moss, and it was just like growing on the base of a tree, and it doesn't really have big leaves, so I think I kind of just took the duckbills and kind of just poked it into the carpet. But it was really like producing something really beautiful and like this like rich like harmonic layer, and then Charlie just started playing, and that's what you hear. Yeah.
In your time doing this, is there a correlation between like plants that you find to be like beautiful to the eyes, and then what they end up being beautiful to the ears, or?
It's funny you asked that. I had to get over that
really
like quickly, because like I would always naturally gravitate towards like, I don't know, like an interesting looking plant or a beautiful one.
Yeah, you're like, this one's gonna sound awesome.
But it's just funny because it's like, I mean, I guess like the senses are all related, but with a plant, it's like it could have beautiful flowers, but also it could be in a drought state, or just something like unknowingly visually looking healthy, but on that deeper cellular level, it could be struggling, and so it's not really doing much, and then thus it's not producing really rich, dynamic music. Like for me, when I'm solo, I like that's okay. That if it's kind of droney and just doing the same thing over and over. But for palm reading, like Charlie needs to kind of.
He needs to have something to work with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he's great to kind of know, well, okay, the plant's doing something really interesting. I'll back off and maybe support it a little bit. And then if there are areas or, parts of the recording where it's just the plant's kind of gone quiet, maybe he'll put a little bit of himself in it more. And I think like we've been recording together for like the last 6 years. So I feel like we kind of know, like, we have a good approach to the process.
You've been at it for 10 years. Obviously, it's still holding your interest. How come?
I guess because there are more plants that I haven't recorded with. I guess I can say we as well, because Charlie and I want to go to more places, and also more ecosystems. We want to try, like, we want to record in the jungle or like rainforest. I feel like we're always in the desert or, and then like in the, a temperate forest. But, just like those sort of larger kind of, I guess, obvious factors, that influence how a plant lives and exists. We know at this point, like it'll change, like it'll determine what is heard and recorded and how Charlie will play. So, we want to explore more locations. I think it's just really just the simple fact that there are just so many more plants that we haven't worked with. And even the ones that have really high kind of action potentials, the ones that visibly move, I guess Venus flytrap is a classic. And then there's the mimosa plant that will like fold up if you touch it. Like we haven't even, tried those. And just that movement like that, like noticeable, I guess, physical movement will
What's
definitely
that gonna sound like?
Definitely. I feel like it will create a crescendo, and then that part is cool, but also like I'm interested in what happens after that. You kind of sort of the trail off, what that sounds like, because I guess that's part of the contour of the listening experience as well.
Right on. So he's been at it for 10 years and only just scratching the surface. We've been speaking with sound designer Skooby Laposky about his work making tunes with plants. If you want to keep up with him, you can find him on Instagram at Skoobert. That is at SKOOBERT, or check out SkoobyLaposky.com. Skooby, thanks so much for being with us.
Yes, thank you for having me.
And we're going to go out on just a little more sound from Skooby. This is the sound of a copper beech tree. And that about does it for us for now. A wrap on our impossible plant-based Curiosity Hour. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharmapurikar. Patty Daniels and Jamie Bologna always make the impossible possible for us. Our engineer, John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa and our wonderful stream team. Till next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Listen to the plants and stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com. Discover delightful treasures in Denver, including a 1954 Marilyn Monroe military defense ID photo and an Andy Warhol golden shoe collage. Guess the top find on Antiques Roadshow, tonight at 8 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Henry Santoro, coming up on The Culture Show. Los Lobos. They went from backyard parties in East Los Angeles to the top of the charts, but the real marvel may be that 5 decades on, they are still making music together. Their new documentary film, Los Lobos Native Sons, traces the songs, the friendships, and the cultural roots behind that remarkable run. The creative team behind the film will join me to talk about it all. And before Teddy Roosevelt charged up San Juan Hill or thundered from the bully pulpit, he was a sickly boy who found strength in the natural world. Brad Meltzer brings that transformation to young readers in I Am Teddy Roosevelt from the best-selling Ordinary People Change the World series. Finally, Dave Herlihy. He was the driving force behind the popular Boston rock band O Positive. In 1993, he stopped performing and opened Herlihy Law, an entertainment law practice based in Newton. He's also a full-time professor at Northeastern. Well, during the pandemic, he started writing and recording again. And earlier this year, he released the protest song, Good Trouble, a John Lewis homage that caught fire online. Dave is here to talk to us about the song and perform it live. That's all right now, right here on The Culture Show.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Henry Santoro in for Jared Bowen. We are live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. This is The Culture Show, and this, of course, is Los Lobos with La Bamba, the 1987 hit that carried the band from East Los Angeles to the very top of the charts. But it's only one chapter in a story that began years earlier at backyard weddings and family celebrations where a group of friends reached into Mexican musical tradition. Pioneers of Chicano rock, they kept widening their sound, drawing in blues, soul, country, and whatever else spoke to them. More than a half-century later, Los Lobos remain one of America's most enduring bands, and the new documentary, Los Lobos Native Sons, traces that extraordinary run through rare archival material, performances, and intimate access to the musicians themselves. Los Lobos Native Sons is screening at the Woods Hole Film Festival on July 26 and July 29, and joining me to talk about it are its co-directors, Doug Blush, and the award-winning documentary filmmaker and editor whose work includes 20 Feet from Stardom, Icarus, and The Elephant Whisperers, and he's joined by Piero Giunti, a Los Angeles-based filmmaker, photographer, and longtime visual chronicler of Los Lobos. Gentlemen, welcome to The Culture Show. It's so great to have you here.
Thanks so much, Henry and WGBH.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
This film is absolutely tremendous, and it should not only be seen by fans of the band. This film should be shown in classrooms. This film should be shown at the White House. It should be shown on Capitol Hill. Yes, Los Lobos let the music talking, but their values, their bonding, and their upbringing in East L.A. speak volumes about who they are as gentlemen. How was it that the two of you met, and how was it that you guys came to this incredible project?
Music to my ears, Henry. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll let Piero do the true origin story, but we both come from a deep love of this band because the music is so universal, and we'll talk more about that as we go. But Piero tracks back with the band, and he'll tell you how he got introduced.
Well, first off, Henry, from your mouth to the universe's ears, please. So,
I mean it. This film is absolutely tremendous. You have done a stand-up job.
Thank you. Like I don't know. I got emotional just hearing this, and I'm lost for words. But the origin story is that like everything that's come to me that's somewhat good in my life is it usually comes in a dream, and being the ADD kid that I am, even though I'm 41, but I was in a meeting with Los Lobos the night before we premiered the music video I directed called Native Son, and we were going to premiere at Dodger Stadium, and we were in a meeting, and out of nowhere, I kind of zone out because they're talking about something that didn't involve me, and out of nowhere they're like, "Hey, Pierce, what do you think?" And I was like, "Oh, sorry, I missed everything you said, but what would it take to do a documentary?" And they're like, well, I don't know, just pitch it. I'm like, well, I am. This is it. they're like, "Oh, you're being serious?" And I said, "Yes." And they're like, "Okay, well, build a team." And 48 hours later, I had a team. So I reached out to our producer, Rob Corsini, who's a mutual friend of ours, and I just said, "Hey, I remember you telling me about your friend who's a filmmaker as well, and that he works in documentaries. Can we, can we talk to him? Do you think that that might be a good idea?" And he's like, "Yeah." And so he reaches out to Doug. We jump on a call, and I really wanted to make sure that everybody who works on this film was either a huge fan or understood the mission. And Doug, as soon as Doug told me that he was a DJ in college and he would play Will the Will Survive. There's only one thing that like real fans know, and the nerdy fans know, as we all are, is that Little King of Everything is a song that the record label made them split up, and that he would play both songs together. I was like, okay, cool. You're in. You're the guy. We're gonna make this happen. So, Doug, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, I mean the great secret of that is that's how I discovered, like so many people across America. I discovered them in my case in the early days off of the vinyl that we had at my radio station in college. And I did have the habit of playing those two tracks together. And because there is a separation band, on vinyl, I would hit the 78 button on my turntables so that I could accelerate that silence, and they would be one song. And only missed it once or twice where I just slow the thing back down on the tune. So yeah, I came to Los Angeles at the same time that I discovered Los Lobos from Detroit. But the minute I heard the music, it spoke to me in a way that was that universal sound that they bring. And there were so many elements and influences in it. Plus, it helped me open the door to what I consider the real LA, which is the great Chicano and Latino culture of the city. And the music is so inviting and so opens a door to what I wanted to know. And over the years, they've opened more doors that invited more people in. So I think of them as the universal, everybody gets to come together and enjoy an experience. Like you say, it's a common bond. Yeah, it really is.
The band members seem to have sprung from whole cloth. Well, what can you tell us about their families, like their moms, their dads, their brothers and sisters? Because it's very evident in this film how tight-knit each member was with their families.
Well, realized that even working with the band 5 years before working on the documentary, I realized that this is a band that can't exist without their families, holding it down. And there's a story I've been telling that relates to even the story of creating this film, or the process of creating this film, that even for the crew, it was our wives holding it down while we were all traveling. As as a camera team, we're all having babies along the process. Even though I told everybody, I'm like, hey, don't have any babies, don't do anything. Let's make sure that we get this done. And we're having babies, and our wives are holding it down. Our families are holding it down. And the same thing went for the band. It started with their mothers allowing them to play in their garages and in the living rooms to practice, to the torch being passed down to their wives, and their wives understanding the mission as well, that there's something big here that's happening and we should support it.
They actually say that the band never would have existed without the women in their lives.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. That's inevitably the point where in all of our screenings there are multiple points where people have applauded, which is incredibly gratifying to us, but that one always gets applause especially from the women in the audience.
With the exception, though, of Frank Gonzalez, because he didn't have a woman in his life, and he, as we learn in the film, he had the demons in his life. Tell us a little bit about Frank and how he came to and then left the band.
Well, the redemption of the Frank story is that by leaving the band, he was able to blossom in other creative ways, and he did find that very special partner in his life. And we actually have a heartfelt interview with her in the film. So as far as Frank's concerned, he did originate the band, and then for his own reasons, and I think everybody realizes that they were good reasons, he moved on to other creative pursuits and actually had a really great creative career, just not with the band.
Right, but he remained friends with the band through the whole time. Yeah. One of the early gigs happened by chance when a band canceled a performance. So we've got a clip. Here is Louis Perez and Steve Berlin, two of the band members, describing concert goers' reaction when Los Lobos opened for, of all bands, Public Image Limited, Johnny Rotten's band after the Sex Pistols.
They introduced us and we walked on stage, and I could feel the air move from I don't know how many thousand middle fingers going up in the air at the same time. And it was incredible.
Este amor apasionado, anda muy alborotado.
These four guys walked out there, and they started playing these beautiful folk melodies, and the sky was just, it looked like blitzkrieg, like everything that could be thrown was being thrown at them, like bottles, chairs. The sky was just full of shit being thrown at them, and spit. And they just stood there and took it. And I was like, God, these guys are fucking crazy.
That is as bonkers as having Jimi Hendrix open for the Monkees.
I would have paid to see that show.
I would,
The musicians have the ability to flip from instrument to instrument, and if I'm correct, there's like 15 different instruments that they play interchangeably, not only from genre to genre, but also blending the genres of music. It's remarkable to see that kind of musicianship. I mean, this is like Garth Hudson in the band. I mean, he could play every instrument, but he was one guy who could play one instrument. But how do you explain all members of the band being able to change instruments at will?
Simple. It's playing with soul. And that's one of the things that, unfortunately, the younger generation, I don't know if they have that. That's why there's no guitar solos in new songs. This is a band that learned from all their heroes and took everything that they possibly could and were like that sponge culturally, not only for their Mexican American side, but from or the Mexican side, but their American side too, is that I was talking to someone about this the other day, that they said, there's a reason why when they play the blues, it sounds just like the old blues cats. They have that in there, and it's playing, again, it's playing with soul. And on the Mexican side and the Latin side, they're taking that because they grew up with that, and it's in their DNA. Like myself, I'm a musician as well, and I gravitate to all this music because anytime I hear these music, and mostly the rawer that it opens up something in my DNA and says, you have to do this. And thanks to Los Lobos, I also play not as many instruments, but I've learned as many as I could,
Yeah, you
I
can't.
don't know if I answered your question.
You can't mail that in. I mean, that has to come from within.
Yeah, they're lucky that The Voice and America's Got Talent weren't around then, although they would have won it running away, I think. And they paid their dues, Bands used to workshop and troubadour up to the level that Lobos gets to. And they were already ace professionals by the time that the scene in LA really noticed them. A lot of the other punk acts that were going at the time would just look in aghast, like, these guys are so good. we're just kind of coming on with attitude, and they're coming on with chops, and that carried them forward forever. Yeah.
Given their support of the farm workers and other causes, they were obviously aware of the discrimination of Mexican immigrants. What was their personal experience that gave them that drive?
Well, combination of working with the farm labor movement and heroes like Dolores Huerta, that obviously motivated them. The entire rise in the early 70s of a culture that had been silenced, suppressed, held back. Suddenly it was exploding everywhere with music and culture and plays and literature. And Lobos was part of this great rise that I don't think has been given enough credit in American history. And we're part of the film's mission, along with just rocking out, is to pay real tribute to these heroes who rose along with Lobos, and that this cultural movement continues to this day.
Well, that's the reason why this film should be shown at the White House and in Capitol Hill. That's for damn sure. They could have signed with any label that they wanted. They chose Slash Records, a punk label. How did they come to luck out with Lenny as their label rep?
pure coincidence, as Lenny has said. It's they were inherited. It was a band that chose Slash because it was an indie label. And they said, okay, if you do good, as I think Caesar says in the documentary, he's like, if we could do well enough in the with our album, there was the option of moving up to like the major leagues, which was Warner Brother Records. And so it ended up happening. And once Slash was sold, Warner Brothers inherited them, and they kind of let them do whatever they wanted. Like, sure, we have this other big great band that's going to be the next Led Zeppelin, and in reality, it ended up being Los Lobos that ended up winning Grammys. And once they won their first Grammy, and then they did La Bamba, and everything came after that. They decided to, because thanks to Lenny Waronker, who championed them so much, they ended up going to him and saying, "Hey, we want to do this album of all traditional music. We know it's commercial suicide, but we want to do this because we feel this in their heart." And they said, "Okay, go ahead."
And we have that clip after and what you're talking about is they had the massive success of La Bamba, and then they wanted to go back to the roots with Kiko. Let's listen to this clip. This is Louis Perez's son, Louis III, and Edward James Olmos talking about the bold and almost crazy artistic decision that the band totally shifts gears.
They had all the eyes of the whole world, and they made them listen to Mexican folk music.
No te asombres si te digo lo que fuiste, una ingrata con mi pobre corazón, porque el fuego de tus lindos ojos.
They call it career suicide, but any punk rock person I know says it's the most punk rock thing anybody could have ever done.
With La Bamba, they could have ridden off of that into making billions of dollars just all over the world playing La Bamba. And then they go in and start recording and they mariachi, rancheras, and it was beautiful.
It was. It's a cultural masterpiece, Kiko. And God bless him for green lighting the project, because a label rep could easily have said, "We're not doing it," but they let them take that chance.
Yeah, that's Lenny and the faith in what Lobos was doing, and the fact that they weren't just going to get stuck in one loop of their career. I mean, they were too wise by then, and they'd been through too much to say that's it. We're going to cash out, and they kept evolving. Thank God they kept evolving, because when Kiko came out, that for a lot of people, who weren't around for the release of Sgt. Pepper's, that was a new Sgt. Pepper's. For me, it certainly was. Yeah.
The band's name, Los Lobos, translates in English to the wolves. And so they clearly had this sense of symbolism of the endangered wolf as the Mexican immigrants from the very start, way before the song and the LP came out. How did that come to be?
Yeah, we actually document that really well in the film specifically about Will the Wolf Survive? It's a great story that goes back to a National Geographic magazine with that exact title in it. And Louis had picked that up, and David took it, and they absorbed it and turned it into a narrative that is a beautiful metaphor for what was going on then in America and what is going on now in America.
You're not kidding. Let's hear a little bit of Will the is perfect in every way, with so many layers and so much meaning. Piero, I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
Oh, I wanted to add that while Doug and I were in the Boulder Film Festival, a gentleman came up to me, and I, I'm not trying to judge a book by its cover, but the guy looked like he just came out of a Patagonia catalog, and he just came out of the woods. So, I see him staring at me, and he finally comes up to me and he says, "Hey, I just want to let you know, thanks to your film, you changed my mind on immigration." And he left me speechless completely. And I was like, well, what part? And he said the section about Will the Wolf Survive?
Yeah.
And he said that made me realize everything, and that I've been completely wrong. So
there were a couple of times when the band was invited to perform in a most unlikely setting. One was at the White House as the guests of the Obamas, and the scene with President Obama was certainly a high-five moment when the band was going to give him the bro hug, but Obama beat them to it, and he was the one who gave the band the bro hug. That would never, ever happen now, that's for damn sure. But the other moment is when they were invited to Sesame Street, a show, gentlemen, that emanated from the very building I'm sitting in. Let's listen to this clip. Cesar Rojas and Steve Berlin discussing Sesame Street.
People always ask me, what is the greatest thing you guys ever done? And I always go back to that. I always go, doing Sesame Street, man. That was, for me, that did it, man.
Elmo and the lavender moon are playing make-believe nobody can see. And then he waits, and then he fades.
During that period was when our kids were watching Sesame Street. And when they got to see us, it was such a great thing, you know? We were so proud of it.
My eldest daughter just assumed that dads were on Sesame Street, that everybody's dad was on Sesame Street, so she would ask kids at school, like, when's your dad on?
And Piero, before we came live, went on live, you said you loved PBS. You watched Sesame Street.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the what's the word? Can't think of it. I'm gonna be the flag waver for
the
PBS.
super fan.
The super fan, as there was always a commercial that said, "I didn't grow up. No, wait, how did I say? It's something like, I didn't grow up because of PBS. I grew up because, or I didn't grow up with PBS. I grew up because of PBS,
Right.
and that's the reality of that. So, for me, like, who doesn't love Sesame Street? Oh wait, hold on. There's an administration that doesn't love Sesame Street, but
yeah,
but
they
every time
pulled our funding.
every time that scene comes on, people just fall in love again, and it goes back to their childhood. And for me, that's what it was. PBS, it was Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers, and Thomas the Train when Ringo Starr was on there. So it's just it's. And it was a Nature Nova, and all these are the things that help me become the person that I am. So I think it does that for people when they watch the scene, it realizes that people realize how simple Los Lobos are as well, that they can do anything, that they can create a song like Kiko and the Lavender Moon and switch it to Elmo and the Lavender Moon and make you fall in love all over again. So.
Well, Doug Blush and Piero Giunti are the co-creators of the documentary Los Lobos, Native Sons, which you can catch at the Woods Hole Film Festival, screening July 26th and the 29th. And to learn more, go to the Woods Hole Film Festival website. And we also should mention that Los Lobos will be performing this Wednesday at the Cut in Gloucester, Thursday at the Groton Hill Music Center in Groton, Mass., Friday at the Payomet Performing Arts Center in Truro, and then on Saturday at the Narrows Center for the Arts in Fall River. So we got 4 nights of that band in our neighborhood, and it's time to get your Los Lobos on. Doug, Piero, thank you so much for joining us. It's been very, very great to talk to you. You have made a phenomenal film.
Thank you so much, Henry. Appreciate it. And thanks Boston and Woods Hole and the entire Massachusetts crowd.
And you guys are going to be here for the festival, right?
Correct. I believe the band is too, right?
We'll be there next week, and the band will be there for a live Q&A.
That's awesome.
And lobster rolls.
All right, thanks again. Coming up, good news for all you Ted Heads. Award-winning writer Brad Meltzer has a new children's book about President Teddy Roosevelt. That conversation next on The Culture Stove. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
I'm Arun Rolfe. Today on GBH's All Things Considered, Boston advances a major project aimed at protecting the city from rising seas and coastal flooding. And a 10-day red line shutdown is about to disrupt thousands of commuters. We'll tell you what you need to know. Those stories and all the day's news starting at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Commonwealth Shakespeare Company, presenting A Midsummer Night's Dream. This summer's free Shakespeare on the Boston Common. Shakespeare's classic comedy is transported to a neon-lit festival escape, July 22nd through August 9th. comshakes.org. And Subaru of New England. The all-wheel drive 2026 Subaru Outback is designed for summer adventures. Subaru retailer locations at subaruofnewengland.com. And 360 Public Relations, for 25 years committed to helping brands connect and grow through culturally relevant storytelling, thought leadership, influencer marketing, and more. Learn more at 360pr.plus.
From national headlines to neighborhood impact, the new GBH News app is your hub for trusted local news. Download it today on the App Store and Google Play.
For Jared Bowen, this is The Culture Show, live on 89.7 from our Studio 6 here at GBH in Brighton, and always streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Whenever best-selling author Brad Meltzer puts pen to paper, no matter what he writes, he always makes sure good triumphs over evil. Doesn't matter if it's with his comic books, his page-turning thrillers, his commencement speeches, of which Make Magic is an absolute must-read, or whether it's any number of his children's books. Brad's latest Ordinary People Change the World children's book series now includes I Am Teddy Roosevelt, and it's no coincidence that its release is timed perfectly as America celebrates its 250th birthday. Brad, welcome back to GBH. Welcome back to Henry in the Hub. Welcome to The Culture Show.
So good to be here.
How is it that Teddy Roosevelt, this country's 26th president, won over many other great presidents that you could have chosen?
You know, I think every time we do one of these books in our kids' book series, we always try and look and say, what do kids actually need? So the first president we did was Abraham Lincoln, very obvious. Then we did George Washington, but we haven't done a president since then. And as we were looking at America 250, we're like, what do people read right now? And what do they, more important, what do they need? And I think for us, we were looking around and seeing that our politicians these days are bullies. And to me, that's why I picked Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt's father didn't like bullies. He taught young Teddy that, yeah, you have money and power, but that doesn't make you great. That gives you a responsibility to help other people. And that is the lesson I wanted for my daughter. That's the lesson I wanted for my sons, is that when you see someone who needs help, you offer a hand. When you see, Teddy Roosevelt's dad taught him, you see these homeless kids on the street, let's find them a place to live. You see these people in factories that have bad living conditions, let's help them. See this environment, we have a responsibility there too. That's why Teddy Roosevelt created the national park system. And to me, as we celebrate America 250, I couldn't think of a better president to stand up to bullies than Teddy Roosevelt.
When I was 12 or 13 years old, I asked my dad who he thought the best president was. And he didn't bat an eye, and he just said, Teddy Roosevelt. And he loved him just for the reasons that you just stated. He helped others, he loved the environment, and he had a lifelong dedication to the outdoors. And I mean, how you can't not like that. But my dad really, I mean, he admired Roosevelt so much.
Listen, there's a reason he's on Mount Rushmore. He's the one that everyone gets wrong, right? I went to Mount Rushmore and everyone says, oh, there's Lincoln. But everyone goes Roosevelt. And the woman behind us says, yes, there he is, the great FDR. And I'm like, no, that's the wrong Roosevelt. I think, though, the reason your dad's answer came so quickly is that, today people talk about how strong Teddy Roosevelt was. But growing up, he was small and he was often scared. He was sick a lot when he was a kid. His mother used to calm him down by reading to him in bed so he could fall asleep. He was bullied. He was picked on. And when his own wife and mother died on the same day, he went to the great outdoors. He said, I need to escape this world I'm living in right here, and I'm going to go to the great outdoors. And that's where he learned to really ride horses. That's where he found strength. He wasn't born that way, but he built himself into something stronger. And I think that's what your father, it's certainly what I admire, is someone who finds that strength within. That's an amazing part of Teddy Roosevelt.
And it wasn't just dying on the same day. They both died on Valentine's Day.
I mean, Teddy Roosevelt had many great blessings and just incredible disasters. Lost his dad, lost his mom, lost his wife, is basically alone, but always never loses his sense of having to help other people.
For those not familiar with the Ordinary People Change the World series, just please tell us how and why they began and who the first book was.
Yeah, we're coming up on 40 books in the Ordinary People Change the World series, which was started because I wanted to give my own kids better heroes to look up to. I was tired of them looking at reality TV show stars and people who were famous for being famous. And we launched this 12 years ago with I Am Amelia Earhart and I Am Abraham Lincoln. Those were the first two. I did interviews on your show for them. It was something that I built for my own kids to teach them perseverance and kindness and how to be a good person. I never thought that we were going to do I Am Rosa Parks and I Am Dr. King. We had John Lewis helped us with our Dr. King book. Dolly Parton helped us with I Am Dolly Parton. Billie Jean King helped us with her book, and Jane Goodall helped us with I Am Jane Goodall. And I love the fact that people now build libraries of real heroes for their kids and their grandkids, their nieces, their nephews, all with the I Am book series.
So here we are now 39 books later. The model really has not changed, and that's great because your collaborator and illustrator, Christopher Iliopoulos, he makes those pages come alive.
That's the secret sauce, Henry. Chris Iliopoulos has an art style that's like Calvin and Hobbes meets Charlie Brown. And that's why kids like the book. You know how many books have been written about Rosa Parks or Teddy Roosevelt or anyone else we've talked about? But kids love our books because the art makes them look like kids. And then the story is not about some famous person or some block of granite on Mount Rushmore, but it's about someone just like them. That's why Teddy Roosevelt looks like he's 6 years old on the cover of the book with a little mustache, because kids look at that and go, wait, that's me. These aren't the stories of famous people. This is what we're all capable of on our very best days.
Well, I do have to say that the I Am Albert Einstein and the I Am Teddy Roosevelt books, the mustaches on baby Albert and baby Teddy, they are worth the price of the books alone.
Listen, obviously that makes everyone laugh. It makes kids laugh. It makes parents laugh. But the message is what matters, right? Boys right now are hearing on social media that to lift yourself up, you have to put other people down. And I want my sons and my daughter to know that kindness is strength, caring is strength, empathy is strength, looking out for other people is strength. And so is standing up for something bigger than yourself. That's what Teddy Roosevelt did with the environment, is he stood up for something bigger than himself. And that's what I Am Teddy Roosevelt's all about.
Right. And as you mentioned, he was a Roosevelt. He comes from a family of privilege, but he was not fed with the proverbial silver spoon. His dad did teach him that having money and having power doesn't mean that you keep that for yourself.
I wanted that message so badly. We are a culture right now that's starving for empathy, that's starving to teach our kids responsibility, that's starving for how do you teach people to not put someone else down in order to lift yourself up. And one of the most important pages in the whole book I had to put in there is the Man in the Arena speech. It's my favorite political speech, I think, maybe one of them of all time. And, you know, again, I love it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena.
Well, let's hear some of the Man in the Arena. Roosevelt delivered the speech at the Sorbonne in 1910, but recording technology way back then wasn't advanced enough to capture an address like this live. But we do have one of Roosevelt's political heirs quoting its most famous passage. Here is President John F. Kennedy in 1961.
Credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best, if he wins, knows the thrills of high achievement, and if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat.
I love that speech. We included as much of it as we could in the book with the American flag. And I don't know a better way to celebrate America 250 than just to have your kids and your grandkids read that speech with you.
And as you mentioned, he found the outdoors, but he didn't just find the outdoors. He became the conservationist president. I mean, he really made a difference with the environment.
Yeah, the reason we have the national park system is because of Teddy Roosevelt. He built it. He had a love of animals when he was kids, and lots of kids love animals. But he made a little museum in his room where he would try and get every animal he could find. And then he was like, well, how do we preserve birds? He never lost his love of birds and wild animals. And he made bird sanctuaries. He made all these incredible things. And in the end, just to look at the stats for a moment, is he created the U.S. Forest Service, established 5 national parks, 150 national forests, 51 federal bird preserves, 4 national game preserves, 18 national monuments, and saved over 250 million acres of American public lands. Every time you go to a national park, it's thanks to Teddy Roosevelt.
If he were alive today, Brad, I shudder to think what he would say about this current administration. You did mention bullies, but we also have to mention an administration that is tearing down the wilderness.
There was a great moment in early parts of Teddy Roosevelt's career where they were looking at they were shoring up in a national park. There was a giant waterfall that everyone said, and they said, we're going to build something on here. It's great for business. And Teddy Roosevelt's comment was, this may be good for you, but we got to care about everybody else. We have a responsibility to this environment as well. And if you don't protect it, someone else is going to plow over it. And to me, that's exactly where he stands when he looks at this administration today. Is I think he truly would be embarrassed at how we're treating our own environment right now.
You dedicate the book to your friend Mark Bernstein, and it sounds to me like he's the guy who put you in touch with nature.
Yes, Mark Bernstein is who this book's dedicated to, my dear friend from the University of Michigan. And he was the one who took me on my first hike into the wilderness. And he took me on my second, and I'm going to go with him again. We're actually going out to Europe this summer. And I thought there's no better person than who gave me my true love of nature. That's what Teddy Roosevelt got dedicated to.
As I said at the top, whenever you put pen to paper, you make sure that good will always beat evil. But it is more than that. And you touched on it a few minutes ago, because your hero characters, not the villains, but your hero characters, they have empathy, they have responsibility, they strive to make wrongs right. And I've known you for a long time. You just don't want this for your kids and your family. You want that for everybody.
That is my responsibility, right? I can't give that, I'm not going to be president. I can't create national parks. I hope my gift is telling stories. That is what I feel like I can do. And I've dedicated my life to giving those stories to kids. It's hard to change the minds of adults, Henry. But for the past 12 years, I've been arming a young new generation of kids with lessons of perseverance, of kindness, and of how to be a good person. And I'll take that fight any day.
Brad Meltzer and Christopher Iliopoulos have made their contribution to America 250 with the Ordinary People Change the World book. It is I Am Teddy Roosevelt. Brad, always a pleasure.
Love talking to you, and thank you for supporting Teddy in this entire series.
Brad Meltzer is an award-winning writer of adult and children's books. His Ordinary People Change the World is a best-selling children's biography series. His latest book is I Am Teddy Roosevelt. Coming up, we're going to get up to some good trouble with musician Dave Herlihy. He's next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate. Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com. And M&M Skylights, offering the full range of Velux skylight products, installation, and maintenance services to customers from Boston to Portland and surrounding areas. More information at mmskylights.com. And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at mos.org.
GBH Daily is a newsletter that keeps you informed, connected, and ready to go every weekday morning. You can subscribe today and get it in your inbox at gbh.org/daily.
I'm Henry Santoro, live on 89.7 and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. This is The Culture Show, and this is O Positives with you. I remember when that song came out. This breakout hit carried one of Boston's most popular bands beyond the local club scene and onto MTV. Frontman Dave Herlihy had already finished law school. He began practicing when he left the legal world to join and start O Positive. After the band's run, he returned to law, eventually building an entertainment practice and teaching music industry and copyright at Northeastern University, where he is today. Then the pandemic opened another chapter. Dave Herlihy began writing prolifically again and producing dozens of songs, including Good Trouble, his homage to civil rights icon John Lewis, which has gone viral, bringing Herlihy's music to a new generation of listeners. He joins us now to talk about it and to perform it live in our studio. Dave Herlihy is a friend of mine. Dave, welcome to the Culture Show. It's so great to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. It's great to be here.
Shortly after President Trump was elected the second time, I was a guest on All Things Considered with Arun Roth here, sitting in the very studio that we're in. We talked about the lack of new protest songs. Many on the left were so upset with the election results, but it didn't just seem like songwriters and bands were stepping up in the way that they did back in the 60s and 70s. And then the Culture Show contributing guest James Sullivan, your friend and mine, stepped up and wrote the book, Which Side Are You On? 20th Century American History in 100 Protest Songs. And then came the Teach-Outs. Can you explain what they are and and how you got involved?
Yeah, sure. So James wrote a great book, as you mentioned, Which Side Are You On?, which kind of chronicles the role of music in protest throughout, the United States. And he looks at civil rights, women's rights, voting rights, and labor rights. And he kind of looks at the songs that were instrumental in kind of unifying consciousness and pulling people together. And he wrote, it's a really good book. And it makes you realize the power of music and pulling people together. And Joyce Linehan, who's a great friend, she's been a part of the music scene. She's working in the mayor's office for a long time. She wanted to bring the idea of Which Side to a current performance stage. And so they began doing these monthly performances where they had a backing band called the Paid Protesters. And they have 6 singers, each of whom does 2 songs, one of their own, and then a cover. And so this meets on a monthly basis. It began happening at the Lizard Lounge, and then it moved to the Burn. And then now tomorrow it's happening actually at a whole different venue. It's happening at the Boston Lyric Opera.
Well, tomorrow
night
is a big celebration.
Yeah, it's a 1-year celebration, and it feels so good. If you want to by the way, if you want more information, you can go to whichside.boston. And that's a great way to find out about it. You can get tickets for tomorrow night. It's going to be a great show. I've loved it because every month you get together, and it kind of feels like what I imagine Cafe Wah must have felt like back in the 1960s, where you're with a bunch of people who are decent and concerned, and they love music, and it just pulls you together in such a great way. Every show's been sold out.
Yeah.
Since the beginning. They're moving to a bigger place for their birthday celebration tomorrow, and it's going to be a really great show. Melissa Ferrick's going to be there, and Todd Tebow, the Rubin Brothers. It's going to be a great show. So I encourage people.
It's a full night of entertainment.
Yeah, and talking and chatting, and they also have a featured speaker. They had Emmett Price from All Revved Up was one of the speakers, and so it just kind of it's a chance to meet people who are concerned and make you realize that you're not alone in this.
How did you find it?
Well, actually, I was I was at the Dedham Library watching Warren Zanes speak about his new book, the Bruce Springsteen book, and James and Joyce were there, and they mentioned this idea that they had, and I had just written Good Trouble. I said, "Oh, I've got one," and so I managed to get myself in at one of the second shows, and I'm batting 1,000. I've been to every single which side. It happens every single month, and I really can't tell you how great it is to be around people who love music and and it's really, really diverse. I mean, the kinds of music that are being performed at these are very, very diverse, and it's just a great way to come together, as I say, with decent people who are unified about trying to fight cruelty and to be kind and to do the right thing.
Share with us, if you will, why you chose to pay homage to the late, great civil rights activist John Lewis.
Well, sure. I mean, as you mentioned, during the pandemic, I was at home like everybody else, and I just began writing songs. I had time.
You had stopped. You hadn't written.
Yeah, it takes time, and you have to really sort of be in a calm space, and my life was very not calm. I was back and forth from teaching at Northeastern and my law practice and my family, and I was never calm enough to pay attention to the songs, and they kind of get away from me. But then during the pandemic, I was, like everybody else, at home, and so for 18 months, I didn't even go to campus. I was Professor Zoom, and I just really began hearing the songs again, and I wrote 40 or 50 songs.
You put it on. I got an EP in the mail from you.
Yes, that's right.
Kindergarten.
Yeah, postcards from kindergarten.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and so I just began writing a lot, and I discovered a kind of a new wellspring of a way to tap into songs. And so I always try to write what's important to me and what I'm thinking about and how I feel, and I was so distraught with the political situation and with the breakdown of government and just the way that everything is kind of falling apart, and that words don't really have any meaning anymore, and the people who are accusing other people of the things that they're doing, and just this Kafkaesque situation that we're in. And so I wanted to write a song, and I kept trying to write songs, but they weren't, I wrote a lot, but I didn't like them enough. Like, I didn't want to be complaining or commiserating or kumbaya or oh, woe is us. But then it sort of came to me, this idea of a call to action, like a rallying cry. And John Lewis was very much about that. He put his body where his mouth was, and he never gave up the fight. And then once I had that idea about John Lewis and not giving, and in Good Trouble, the song began kind of tumbling out of me. And it combines, like, so John Lewis had this idea, if you see something wrong or not right, or not just, get in the way, do something, cause some good trouble. And that combined with me, Abe Lincoln made an inauguration speech in 1861 when he was speaking to a very divided country. And he coined the term better angels. And if I might, I'd like to just read a short quote
go right ahead.
from his address. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic chords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet again swell the chorus of a union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. And I just love that.
Beautiful.
And I love the idea of angels. And it occurs to me that angels have wings. And so you can do that which is within your wingspan. If you're a legislator, legislate, right? If you're a judge, adjudicate. If you're a citizen, vote. Talk to each other. If you're a musician, write a song, make a video. I can't do anything about Iran or tariffs or the White House ballroom or this arch, right? But I can write a song, and I can do that which I can do. And so I wrote this song, and I'm really proud of it. And I think it really speaks to our better angels. Each of us knows, each of us has a wingspan. So do that which is within your wingspan. And what's a better angel do? You fly. Do what you can do, and don't give up.
Right.
And so that's sort of the impetus for it.
And this past weekend was the anniversary of Lewis's death, and you got to perform. And where was that, and how'd it go?
Yeah, that was in Waltham. It was part of 50-51, the idea. They're trying to, Indivisible, they're trying to get people to come together and to be aware of each other. And so they had an event called Good Trouble. And so they asked me to come and play, so I sang a bunch of songs for that. It was great. Again, just being around people who are trying to do the right thing. And what's kind of amazing is that there are these verticals of concern in the same neighborhood that don't know about each other. And so, like when I spoke to people on Saturday in Waltham, they didn't know about which side.
Yeah.
So I said, you got to check out which side. So so we're all doing what we can, and I think coming to which side tomorrow night would be a great thing to do. And just so go to whichside.boston to check it out, and to come on down to be a part of it.
Well, you have brought your guitar with you.
I have.
And you're going to regale us with the acoustic version of Good Trouble.
I shall do that. So here we go. And so thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really thrilled to be here. This is Good Trouble. The sky is falling faster. No use yelling at the clouds. The boys are in their uniforms, trash talking at the crowds. I'm just a kind soul, living in a cruel town. You better watch your mouth, boy. You better keep your head down. Good trouble, good trouble. Not going down without a fight, without a fight. Not going down without a fight, without a fight. The barricades are empty. Nobody's on the street. They took the girl down the block. What's it got to do with me? I read the news today, oh boy. Shake my head in disbelief. I saw it with my own two eyes. Where's the agency? Good trouble, good trouble. Not going down without a fight, without a fight. Not going down without a fight, without a fight, without a fight. Not going down without a fight, without a fight. Not going down without a fight, without a fight, without a fight. Save your money for a rainy day. The rainy day is now. It's there within your wingspan. What's a better angel do? Fly! You're not alone, I'm not alone. We are not alone. The weight of the world is love. The weight of the world is love. Good trouble. Good trouble. Not going down without a fight. Without a fight. Not going down without a fight. Without a fight. Not going down, not going down. Without a fight. Not going down, not going down. Without a fight. Not going down, not going down. Without a fight. Not going down, not going down. Without a fight. Good trouble. Good trouble, necessary trouble.
So great. It's so great that you're back performing. We have missed you.
Thank you so much.
Dave Herlihy and Good Trouble here on The Culture Show. For years, David, you have given us the gift of great music. Today, I have a gift for you. On July 22nd, 1990, 36 years ago.
Okay.
And what's today? Today's the 20th.
Right.
So
To the day
Wednesday,
almost,
30
right.
to the day, O Positive played live on my radio station, WFNX. The show was called Boston Rocks, and we recorded it. And I'm holding in my hand
Wow.
the 12-inch master tape that has been in my archives since we recorded this show.
Wowee.
And so this is my gift to you.
Thank you
for
so much.
all those years of great music that you have given us.
Well, thank you so much, Henry. That's great. That's amazing. That's amazing. How incredible
now
is
you
that?
need to find a reel-to-reel.
Yeah, I can track one down.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Where can we see you next?
Well, I'm actually going to be not playing until October. I'm playing October 17th at the Burren.
Okay.
Have a full band, background singers, and a full band, and I'm going to be playing here and there as I can. But I'll be heading back to school, I think, in the fall as Professor Dave. So I'll be back teaching. But I will have a show at the Burren on October 17th.
Right.
If you want to learn more about what I'm doing, go to hurlihymusic.com.
Yeah, it's all there.
There's a video there, Good Trouble video, and all kinds of stuff. You can kind of check it out. So,
Dave Herlihy is the former frontman of O Positive. He's a professor of music industry and copyright at Northeastern University. Dave, thank you so much for coming in, and thank you so much for all those years of great music and all the good music you're bringing to us now.
It's a gift, Henry. Thank you so much, too.
Tomorrow night at the ACLU of Massachusetts, they'll sponsor the special anniversary edition of Which Side, a protest music teach-out, 8 p.m. doors at 6:30. It's at the New Opera and Community Studios in Boston's Fort Point neighborhood. To learn more, go to whichside.boston. Thank you again for listening to another edition of The Culture Show. Tune in tomorrow for the creative team behind the documentary Ann Packard and Artists Resolve. We'll also be joined by comedian Gus Constantelis on his new book, My Greek Mom's Recipes. The Culture Show crew is Max Chow-Gillette, Kate Dellis, and Chelsea Mers. Our interns are Kate McCabe and Adina Velasquez. Our engineer is the great Bill Piacatelli. Thanks to Josh Polanski. And our produce team and Bill Francis, our producer from the YouTube live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in to The Culture Show. Dave, always a pleasure.
Take care, Henry. It's a blast. Keep on rocking in the free world.
Don't you worry. Get up to good trouble. Be a good troublemaker.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World, up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Cornerstone at Canton. They offer seniors the privacy and independence of their own apartment and a community with care and support options to help meet needs now and as they age in place. CornerstoneCanton.com. In a country where eligible men outnumber women by 30 million, 3 perpetual bachelors get advice from China's most sought-after dating coaches to find love. Watch POV, The Dating Game, tonight at 10 on GBH2.
Hi, I'm Sandy Chen, Associate Director of GBH's Champion Circle. When you join our generous group of supporters, you empower GBH to bring trusted news and transformative stories to our community every day. Champion Circle members' annual gifts of $900 or more help strengthen local journalism, uphold the free press, and forge connections. It's a powerful impact, one that you can be a part of today. To learn more, visit gbh.org/champion-circle.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?